the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
From Vero Beach, down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 106.3.
Well, we're coming to your city.
HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University, South Florida Ford, Sports Certified by Vitacost, Moss Plus by Messi, Duffy's Sports Grill, Culligan, Racetrack, Safebound Moving and Storage, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We had another one today. We got a big one today. A top 10 matchup on the docket for you. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. We're live at the City Place Studios. Myself, Colin Russo, alongside Damian Perez. We got you up until kickoff, 6:30 tonight for Pahokee and Cardinal Newman. That's right, Pahokee, Cardinal Newman, two of the namesake programs in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area, going head-to-head. Number 2 versus number 5. Should be interesting. We're looking forward to getting you all the coverage there momentarily. HSS Florida, in sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, which is the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, you can learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. You'll hear from Christian Catt in just about 20 minutes. In the meantime, we'll hear from the head coach of Pahokee, Carlos Lammons. Should be a good time there. And, of course, you'll hear from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area up until about 11 p.m. tonight. Obviously, a lot of games to cover. We got our reporters out and about in the ESPN West Palm area, and they're going to be at different games, so we'll hear from some live recounts on different sidelines from throughout the area. But we also had a slate of games yesterday, including which Gulliver Prep knocking off Benjamin. That was 33-27 was the final score there. Royal Palm, who is, I believe, not allowed a point all year, has dominated their schedule, an easy schedule to this point, but they've dominated to this point 51-0 over Dwyer. 51-0. Royal Palm has come onto the scene with Sam Curry and company. Number 6, Jupiter took the field yesterday against Spanish River and won that one 24-13. Coach Jason Krabney gets another win under the belt. 24-13 over Spanish River was the score there. Palm Beach Lakes took it over Park Vista. 12-3 was the final score. 12-3. Palm Beach Lakes over Park Vista. These were all yesterday's games, by the way. Boynton Beach took it over Suncoast, a low-scoring affair there. 9-0 was the score between Boynton Beach and Suncoast. 9-0. Joaquin Garcia gets back in the win column after getting thrashed by Atlantic last week. 58-0 over John I. 58-0 for Joaquin Garcia. Go over there responding after a tough loss last week. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather are the Florida injury lawyers. They're proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Listen, if you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless to make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Well, we got you covered here at the City Place Studios. We'll hear from a couple coaches momentarily, and we'll hear from a couple coaches post-game from around the surrounding area. It's been a rainy one, at least in West Palm Beach. To my understanding, it is going to be passing. It looks to be nice and bright and sunny over in Pahokee. We got the full live stream on our ESPN Top 63 YouTube and Twitter, so you can stay tuned for that as well. You can watch the full coverage as well as listen to the broadcast. We got the full stream there, or you can listen to it right here on ESPN 106.3. Some of the games tonight, of course, Vero Beach, the new number one, taking it over West Boca. They got Centennial tonight. West Boca, who's dropped to number 3, got Seminole Ridge tonight. Cardinal Newman over Pahokee, and that's going to be the game of the week, the HSS game of the week, number 2 versus number 5. That's coming up in just about 20 minutes. Cardinal Newman and Pahokee. Blanche Ely is going against Atlantic. That is going to be number 4 Atlantic, too. Glade Central is playing Moore Haven. Number 8 St. Andrews is playing University. And Martin County is playing Fort Pierce Westwood. Jensen Beach going head-to-head against Sebastian River. That is number 10 Jensen Beach. And then some other games on the docket. Of course, Olympic Heights has Forest Hill tonight. Boca Raton is Lake Worth. Tradition Prep has Fort Pierce Central. Glades Day is Westminster. Point St. Lucie has John Carroll. Okeechobee has St. Edwards. South Fork is going against Legacy. Palm Beach Central is going against Santa Lucius. Treasure Coast is going against Dunbar. In Lake Grove, who got their first win of the season last week. We talked to Coach Remington Young. He gave us some good stuff about getting that program on its feet. They're going against Somerset Canyons today, looking to get their second win of the season for Inlet Grove, for a team that really had to kind of start from scratch. We talked to Remington Young about that last week, talking about starting the season as the head coach in basically June. Didn't have a full and strong offseason. It was sort of just get your ducks in a row. You can listen to that at our podcasts, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Just search it up on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and see the full coach interviews there. Remington Young in specific, a very interesting one. So what we'll do is we will hear from Theo Dorsey, who spoke with the head coach of Pahokee, Carlos Lammons. And Pahokee, who's got a lot of expectations today, and he's got a really tall task of taking on Cardinal Newman, who we know is one of the top teams in the area. And Jack Daniels is always going to have those guys ready to play. That's coming up at 6:30. But take a listen to Carlos Lammons, the head coach of Pahokee, talking with Theo Dorsey of ESPN 106.3.
Theo Dorsey here with ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63, and I'm joined by Carlos Lammons, Pahokee High School head football coach. 3-0, headed into the HSS High School Game Day Game of the Week, hosting Cardinal Newman out at Pahokee at Anquan Bolden Stadium. And first and foremost, Coach Lammons, thanks for taking our time to talk with us about this game. And secondly, man, how you feeling about those Blue Devils a few weeks in?
Thank you for having me, man. I'm feeling really good about what we have going on, man. The kids have been working hard. We just been doing a lot of great things early on in the season, so it's an exciting time right now.
Who I gotta ask, because I didn't have the rosters when I was at y'all's game, but I saw the work and the effort and the relentlessness out of this kid. Who in the heck is number 8 on that defensive line, and why is he so unblockable? How has he been on that front for y'all?
That's his name is Antonio Simpson, man, and that's
that's Simpson.
Yeah,
okay, bet that makes sense. Okay,
yeah, that's Antonio Simpson. He's been doing that, man, for the last 3 years. I think he's been on varsity since a freshman, and he's been a key contributor like every year. And he's just super relentless, has a motor. As you can see, he's just every play he wants to make the play. So his motor is. I've never seen a kid with a motor like his on the field. He flies around, man. Very physical, aggressive kid, and he's just one of those kids that you love to have on your team, man. You wish you could have 22 of him.
Yeah. How much does he kind of drive up the level of play on that defense? Because I forget what game. Maybe it was the Central game, but you guys don't necessarily look like a imposing defense when you just walk out onto the field size-wise, but then you see those guys play, and it feels like all 11 of them are flying all around and getting to the ball and hitting and letting the offensive players know about it. Just what is that spirit of the Blue Devils defense like?
Just traditionally in Pahokee, man, we've never really had just that size to choose from. It's a town of about 6,000 people, so the high school maybe have 400 kids. So we pretty scrapped when it comes to big bodies. So we always embody like that spirit of relentlessness, man. No matter the size, man, it's about that, the bite of that dog, and those kids carry that mentality, and they just fly around, man, and they're very confident in their skill sets, and they're very confident in who they are. They don't let size deter them from being dogs, So that's pretty much the spirit that a Blue Devil carries, man. We small in stature, but we pack a punch, So it's always been that way, It is no different now. So
You dropped back-to-back 40 balls in the last couple of weeks. You started your season all 3 games on the road. You finally get to come back home. What has been working for the offense? And of course, you'll need it against a Cardinal Newman team that has a top-flight defense, but then they also can put points up.
I mean, we just gotta, stay the course, man. I mean, offense we've been executing. It's a different look than we had last year, man. We cleaned up a few things, and the kids are bought in, and we've been doing what's been working for us. We've been, staying within the scheme of our game plans, and we just been executing, man. I think we done a great job as a staff cleaning up our offensive schemes and you know getting our production down.
What have you seen on tape from Newman, and what are the threats that they pose to you that you've been trying to get the guys locked in on so y'all can come out with a win on Friday?
I mean, Newman, they're a physical team, man. They have the size, the physical. It's a great team. It's a great football team, man. We just got to be prepared for whatever it is they throw at us, man. So it's too much on like I don't have too much on what they do or anything like that. But they're just a physical team, and physicality wins games. So you got to be able to run the ball in football. You got to be able to tackle. So those two things are still true right now to be the Newman team. You got to be able to run the ball. You got to be able to tackle. So
Y'all have obviously your running backs. You got a couple of them there that kind of pop off the page. I saw a couple of actually one back-to-back 80-yard rushing touchdowns from y'all in week 1 against Central. The second one called back because of a hold. But how much easier is it for y'all when you're able to get explosive plays out of the run game and you're not having to rely on passing the ball around as much as other teams around the area?
I mean, like I said, you need to be able to run the ball to win championships. So to be able to have explosive plays, man, that's a way to get closer to the end zone as possible. Or in the end zone. So you want to be able to have those explosive moments, and then you want to know that you got kids on your team that can actually fulfill those. And get out there and make explosive plays. So it's a good thing to be able to have explosive plays, man. That's something that drives a defense nuts. I'm a defensive guy, so you want to limit the explosive plays that you allow as a defense. So for us to be able to create explosive plays offensively, it's a good thing.
What was it like scheduling out this? It seems like it was a home at home with Newman, getting Jack Daniels and the Newman team to travel out to Pahokee. I don't think that's ever happened before. What has your relationship been like with them and getting this game on the schedule?
I mean, prior to me becoming a head coach, the administrations from both sides, they worked out a deal where it's a 2-year deal where we travel to them, and then they return to us the following year. So they're just upholding their end of the deal. It wasn't nothing major with that. And Newman has been out to Pahokee a few times.
Okay, but it must have been before my time in covering the area. I just don't remember those two teams playing in general as much, especially them going out to Pahokee. What do you remember?
Mean, when I was in high school, Newman traveled to us a few times.
Okay.
And we traveled to them. So Newman has always been a team that Pahokee has had on their schedule. Sometimes throughout the years, and depending on what these two teams look like, they may drop off each other's schedule. But if Newman is good and Pahokee is decent, or if Newman is decent and Pahokee is good, we're pretty much gonna schedule each other.
Do you what do you remember from last year's matchup that sticks out that gets you excited about getting back on the field with them tomorrow night?
They just controlled the game. We didn't really get a chance to, we got going a little late, turnovers, or and then we didn't limit the explosive plays last year. So, just small things like that, man. Just being able to control the game a little more and limit the explosive plays that we allow. And I mean, I don't think our kids were prepared as they would be this year to play a Newman team.
And last one, what does it mean to have that Pahokee Blue Devil crowd, which again, they've been traveling, Friday after Friday to go see y'all play. Now they get to, pull up to the crib and watch it. How robust do you feel like that crowd, that home crowd energy will be for y'all?
Well, it's always good, man, being able to play a home game. So that home field advantage is a key contributor to being the outcome of the game. So you want those home games, man, to get the support, the energy from the crowd. You got people cheering for you versus against you. These kids are young, so mentally everyone isn't as tough as once you get to college, young adults and professional. You're mentally tough, but being a young kid and having your parents come to the game, they're more, it's more realistic for them to be there at a home game, and it's just that support and that energy from the crowd, and it's great energy, man. Those kids are gonna feed off that energy, so.
We're looking forward to having our broadcast team in there and covering it all the way through. Coach Carlos Lammons, appreciate you taking the time out, and good luck on Friday night.
Appreciate you, man. I'll see you Friday.
Peace.
That was Theo Dorsey with head coach Carlos Lammons over at Pahokee. They got Cardinal Newman, number 2 versus number 5 today on our HSS Game of the Week. If you missed any of that interview, go listen back. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. That was our Kaiser's Coaches Corner, of course, presented by Kaiser University. The Kaiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. They got 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, who just caught their first ever NAIA title. The men's lacrosse team just captured their 3rd straight red banner this past spring. Kaiser Seahawks have also got their 5th Sun Conference Commissioner's Cup, which goes to the most successful athletic department in the conference. You can get the latest on the championship Kaiser Seahawks athletics program at kuseahawks.com. They got the best facilities, the best teams, and the best athletic program in the area. That's kuseahawks.com. Kaiser's Coaches Corner, of course, we will take a timeout momentarily. Again, we got our HSS Game of the Week between number 2, Cardinal Newman, number 5, Pahokee. Some other games on the docket tonight. We got Vero Beach against Centennial. We got West Boca against Seminole Ridge. We got Atlantic versus Blanche Ely. We got Glade Central, against Moore Haven, St. Andrews. They got Fort Pierce Westward taking on Martin County tonight. Jensen Beach taking on Sebastian River. You got Boca Raton taking on Lake Worth. Olympic Heights going against Forest Hill. Tradition Prep going against Fort Pierce Central tonight. You got South Fork going against Legacy. Palm Beach Central is going to be going against Santa Lucius. We got all those scores as we sort of kick off our high school programming now. We'll get on the flip side. We'll invite you and tell you basically what will happen in the Thursday docket of games. Then we'll throw it to our pal Christian Cat, who will be taking it away with the play-by-play of Pahokee Cardinal Newman. That's coming up in just a few short moments. First, we'll take a timeout here. This has been ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, We know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smithball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smithball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Putting the ball behind the keeper takes lots and lots and lots of tireless work that leads to something brilliant. It's the same with PNC Bank. They take a smart, practical approach with your money so you can score brilliant financial goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud banking sponsor of Inter-Miami CF radio broadcasts. Visit pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Miami Dolphins football is back at Hard Rock Stadium. The party starts the second you hit the lot and doesn't stop till the final whistle. There's nothing like experiencing Dolphins football live. Single game tickets are on sale now with options for every budget, from the 300 level to our luxury offerings. Turn Sundays into something unforgettable. Secure your seats today. Visit MiamiDolphins.com/tickets and get ready for game day.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $1529 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Welcome on into Anquan Bolden Stadium, the home of the HSS Game of the Week. Here live on ESPN 106.3 on the radio dial and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Also on Twitter and on Facebook as well. It is the Cardinal Newman Crusaders taking on the Pahokee Blue Devils here live at Pahokee High School. I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell, for this clash of very traditional, time-honored programs meeting out here in the muck. How's it going, Coach?
Coach, it's going great. I mean, just a great opportunity to have some great high school football, small school football, but some of the best. I think one of the best games we will see in this early season.
And we saw with Cardinal Newman a big change in their offseason was having several different players transfer over from Benjamin to Cardinal Newman, several of which, were on the ESPN Top 63 list, like their running back Phoenix Donia, who we saw with the Benjamin Bucks last year, and Adam Balagoon Ali, who's going to be an Auburn Tiger come next fall. It's a new age of high school football where you see new faces in fresh places year over year over year. In the transfer portal, essentially in high school football, they have really dug in their heels and represented themselves very well early on this season as Pahokee. They might be smaller, but those 11 heads always rush to the football on defense. It really is an anomaly when you talk about how much talent comes from such a small town.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think about the 6 state championships that Pahokee has had in football, and the one common thread that I've seen throughout the years when they are having those state championships runs, it's because they have a nice offensive line, a lot of speed on the defensive line, and the offensive line is very athletic.
Be right back. Kickoff next here live on ESPN 106.3.
Not all moves reflect your lifestyle. At Safebound Luxury, we provide white glove services tailored for high-end homes, fine art, and designer furnishings. Our expert team ensures every piece is packed, transported, and placed with precision and care. If you're relocating a residence that deserves more than a basic move, schedule your private consultation today at safeboundluxury.com to experience the difference. This isn't just a move. This is the art of moving.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Marlins fans, the final showdown is here. Catch the Fish when they take on the Mets September 26th through 28th. Friday, enter the Upside Down and score an exclusive jersey on Stranger Things night. Saturday, party it up with Rawayana during the last Celsius postgame concert series of the season. Plus, grab your shot at 2026 World Baseball Classic tickets and a photo with the WBC trophy. Close out the season with us. Get your tickets today at marlins.com/tickets.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live. Watch the game, every hit, every touchdown, every tackle, every highlight, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, the HSS Game of the Week. Pahokee hosting Cardinal Newman here live on the radio dial and on the YouTube airwaves. Again, I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside the coach Jimmy Bell. Cardinal Newman deferred. They won the toss and will be kicking the ball off to Pahokee, so we will see the Blue Devil offense for the first time on the HSS Game of the Week this season. A couple of guys back deep to return for the Pahokee Blue Devils. 2 men back deep to be exact. Xavier Mitchell, one of them. And Cardinal Newman is ready to rock and roll, getting ready to kick this one deep. Will be their kicker, Nathaniel Parks. Cardinal Newman wearing their all-gold uniforms, Pahokee, blue pants, blue tops, and white helmets. And we are underway for the HSS Game of the Week. Returnable at the 14-yard line. At the 20, now getting wrapped up and tackled right at that 20-yard line is the return man for Pahokee. And we are underway. Here comes the Pahokee Blue Devils offense, undefeated on the season for so far this season with head coach Carlos Lammons.
Yeah, this offense is averaging 36 points a game and only giving up 13 on the defensive side. So we'll see how good they are. Newman historically has been very physical, as Coach Lammons mentioned, but now they have speed. And they've gotten a couple of kids from the community, mainly the Riviera Beach area. Jack Daniels, a legendary coach, been around for a long time, coached at Dwyer. He's gotten some of those kids that he didn't get in the early years at Newman. We'll see how that plays out tonight.
Mitchell's going to start under center, the quarterback for Pahokee, and now he motions back out and will go in the shotgun. Sam Arnold, the running back, directly to his right and motions to the outside of the right side. Bunch receivers to the right end. Mitchell takes a snap, drops back to pass. Some pressure, fires it right side. Got a man open. Caught at the 45-yard line across midfield and brought down at the opposite 45. One play, one chunk play for the Pahokee Blue Devils. The catch was made that time by Antoine Lawrence, the junior wide receiver. And this is a senior-led team, but Antoine Lawrence has made a name for himself in 2025. Move the chains for the HSS first down at the 44-yard line. 1st and 10, Pahokee.
Yeah, if I'm a Pahokee fan, that's refreshing to see because normally they just try to beat you with speed going deep. But by formation, they dictated to Newman what they had to do. That bunch formation really confused the Crusader defense.
in the shotgun. New quarterback in the game for Pahokee as Mitchell jogs off to the sideline. Another bunch formation. Everybody's within like 10 yards of the football. Direct snap, running it outside. Uzaris Boswell on a wildcat formation. He gets brought down at the line of scrimmage. No gain, 2nd and 10.
You're Pahokee, you want to try to keep it as balanced as you can. You got to run the football, even though you may not get a whole lot of yardage. You got to run the ball to keep this defense honest. Don't allow them to tee off to come in the backfield and make plays. They know they can throw the ball down the field. They're trying to establish their running game as well.
And Mitchell jogs back onto the field. The senior quarterback took one play off for that wildcat formation. Carlos Lammons, the head coach of Pahokee. Heard him pregame with Theo Dorsey discussing the season so far. Spread formation now. 2 receivers on both sides of Mitchell. The slot man on the right gets brought in motion, but the whistles blow, and a timeout is called. Sports certified, powered by Vitacost. Timeout called, and as they take a break, we will as well here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. No score here at Anquan Bolden Stadium with 10:31 to play in the first quarter on ESPN 106.3.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
2nd and 10, Pahokee Blue Devils with the football. No score, first drive of the game for either side with 10:31 to play in the first quarter. Mitchell in the shotguns got trips left, lone receiver right, motions out his tailback, Sam Arnold to the left side. They throw to him on a swing pass. Caught short of the line of scrimmage. He gets forward progress to that original line of scrimmage, and it will be 3rd down and 10 for Pahokee after 2 unsuccessful plays.
Just as you mentioned in the pregame for Pahokee, they want 11 guys around the football. Rallying to the ball as Newman been doing the first couple of plays, hat on a hat. You know, again, there's nobody standing around watching the game. You got to get physical with this Pahokee team if you want to slow this offense down.
Adam Balagoon Ali is one of those very tough to scheme around linebackers. He's really the captain of that defense, that middle linebacker who's setting up, hands on his knees, 5 yards deep behind the line of scrimmage. And now deep ball, far corner, and it's incomplete. That time Mitchell was trying to go for the home run ball to Kamari Foreman on a flag route to around the 15-yard line. Would have been a big gain on 3rd and 10, but it's an incompletion as that play was well defended. It was a hard throw to make in order to connect with receiver Foreman. 4th and 10, and here comes the punt team on the field for Pahokee.
You know, not a lot of space on that. However, had he thrown it to the back pylon where he should have thrown it, his guy was wide open. Just a nice corner route, go to the corner. You throw it to his left arm because he's running from left to right, and all you got to do is drop it in the bucket. If you can do that, they've got a huge touchdown on that play.
4th and 10 as the Pahokee offense stalls after their big chunk play on the first play from scrimmage in the game, and it's a good snap on the punt, and it's punted away just around the 50-yard line. It'll bounce and hit the back helmet of it looks like a Cardinal Newman Crusader. Pahokee jumps on top of it. Blue Devils football.
First down,
You know, we're really far away from the play, Coach, but I think it did hit a gold helmet of a Crusader and then run to the ground, and that is going to be the call. A little bit of luck, a little lack of field awareness, and the Pahokee Blue Devils get the football.
Now, I can't tell you why, but for years we've said Peter, the return guys, letting his guys know that the ball is hot, it's near them, and you're supposed to get out of the way. But obviously he didn't hear that call. Ball hit him right in the back. The officials still confirmed, but I think they're going to make the call.
And it is Pahokee ball. Blue Devils catch a break, and they will take the football at the 22-yard line in plus territory. Just a special teams miscue gives new life to the Pahokee drive. Again, 1st and 10 in plus territory to the 22-yard line. No score in this one. It's 9:42 to play in the first quarter. Mitchell back onto the field at quarterback for the Blue Devils. Lone receiver left, lone receiver to the right Two tight end formation, a tailback to the right. It's a carry up the middle and across the 20 to the 19-yard line. Gain of 3 on first down. 2nd and 7 now coming up.
I got to think coming in that Newman has the advantage in terms of special teams, better field goal kicker, maybe better punter. You've got to score on these drives if you're Pahokee. You got to capitalize on this when you get these opportunities, especially deep down in their territory.
Cardinal Newman is the number 2 ranked team in the ESPN West Palm top 10 poll. Pahokee, they are top 5 at number 5 after starting the season unranked. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Pahokee's biggest win of the season came against Palm Beach Central. Man in motion from the right side, and it looks like there was a little bit a flinch and a stutter step that'll back up the offense. Pahokee, 5 yards for a false start. 2nd down and 12. Now coming up is that football we moved back from the 19 to the 24. Line of gain is the 12-yard line. Mitchell in the shotgun's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Bring that slot man from the right side in motion to the other side. Mitchell pumps, fires across the middle, slant route through the hands of his intended target, Antoine Lawrence, and incomplete. 3rd down and 12.
It was there. You just got to put it right on him, right? You led him a little bit too far. It was a great throw, but you got to put it right on the receiver because he's coming through that second window. The first window, quarterback looks in, it's not there. Let him clear those linebackers, get through the ball right on him, but it's a little bit too far out in front of him.
And when the receiver's that close, I assume the range of error you have is so much smaller because they have less time to react to. For quarterback Mitchell, 3rd and 12 from the 24-yard line. Line to gain is right around the 12. In the shotgun, Mitchell takes a snap, drops with the pass, heavy pressure, evades it, rushing it now pulls it down, throws it to the end zone, incomplete. Trying to break away into the end zone was Dexter Sims, but Dexter Sims was overthrown by about 1 yard, trying to make a broken play touchdown catch. It's now 4th down and 12.
Wide open, just drop it to the back pylon, put a little air up under it because you saw the defender. He's coming up toward the football, so he's out of position. All you got to do is just lay it up where your guy can run up under it.
Pahokee's going forward on 4th down. In the shotgun, Mitchell. Got to get to the 12 from the 24. Steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run it. Got a long way to go. Sidestep on his feet still. Slides down right at the line to gain. And it's a HSS 1st down. A hero play made that time by quarterback Xavier Mitchell. Needed 12, got 13. 1st and goal, 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. You know, Coach, I was kind of scratching my head in a split-second call where he took it and ran it immediately because he had a lot of ground to make up because it was either get the 1st down and, of course, turn the ball over on downs, but Mitchell got just enough to move those chains.
Well, great play call. Again, you let everybody, you spread everyone out, let the linemen come up the field, think they have something, and all of a sudden quarterback just sees that clear lane up in the middle of the field to get a 1st down.
Pahokee still has the football. 1st and 10 from the 11. Handoff up the gut. And it'll be a short gain of 3 on 1st and 10. 2nd and 7 now coming up as he gets to the 8-yard line.
So far, so good. Pahokee is trying to keep it balanced. 50% on both, as far as running and passing, and that's a good thing. You've got to be able to establish the line of scrimmage, get these big linemen. I saw them pregame, they were all out on the sledge, which we usually don't do, but they were doing that before the game, trying to get a little rhythm.
Another handoff, left side, same play. This time he works his way to the 5-yard line, make it the 6. 3rd down and medium coming up for the Pahokee offense. Tristan Gooden, the senior running back, got the carry that time. Checking in is DJ Jones, the junior wide receiver. He'll be split out wide to the left for the Pahokee offense. 3rd down and 5.5 coming up for the Blue Devils.
You got to think, Cat, they found something along that left side because 4 of their 5 runs have been to the left side. So something in film study they've seen on the left side of this offensive line.
No score, under 7 minutes to play in the 1st quarter. Dropping at a pass. Mitchell steps up, pressure, pops it into the end zone, got a man, cut it, touchdown. Pahokee strikes first. Sims the 3rd makes the catch, and Pahokee is on the scoreboard with a racetrack touchdown. 6-0. Pahokee leads before the point after.
What Mitchell didn't do on the play before was, again, just lob it up to his guy. Perfect pass there, knowing where he is on the field. Didn't cross the line of scrimmage, which was very important. He could have had 1 foot over, but he didn't cross at all. He just knew where he was on the field. Nice lob pass. Don't throw it too hard. Touchdown, Blue Devils.
Pahokee benefits off the muffed punt, and it wasn't the punt returner who screwed up the play. It was one of the gunners, or rather, excuse me, one of the blockers for Cardinal Newman. The punt hit his helmet and bounced into the arms of Pahokee Blue Devil. They cash in on the great field position, and Pahokee makes the point after to make it 7-0. Pahokee on top after that touchdown brought to you by Racetrack. Back in 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3, and ESPN Top 63 will stay right here as Pahokee will jog out onto the field on defense for the first time today. And that's a statement drive, Coach. I know they benefited from a special teams error, but if you are head coach Lammons, of course, you're the smaller school in a way, less of a big reputation coming in between the two schools. Of course, Cardinal Newman higher ranked right now, but Pahokee is top 5 for a reason. That's got to be very important to get off a start such as this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Pahokee has run small school football, no doubt in my mind, because in the South, they are the best small football team. Even with Newman's name, Pahokee's won 6 state championships, so you got to respect that. But Newman has been on the rise lately because, again, a new head coach in Jack Daniels, 3 years in, 4 years in, and they've made a lot of noise. Almost went to the state championship last year. Pahokee's used to being there. Newman's trying to get there.
So first time we're going to see, at least for ESPN West Palm wise, this Cardinal Newman offense is kicked to the 20-yard line and returnable to the 25. Off the races, there goes Leslie Mosley, the return man, but he gets brought down at the 20, trying to run east-south, and a flag comes out. Coach, you look like you know exactly what that flag's for.
Yeah, horse collar. Anytime you grab a guy behind his neck and bring him to the ground, they're going to that's a big one, too. It's a 15-yarder. So it didn't appear to be that way, but that from this angle, the officials, that's what they call.
So from the 20 is where he was tackled, and 15 yards from there, they'll march it into pretty good field position, for the Cardinal Newman Crusaders. Move that football to the 36-yard line.
Well, you talk about talk about Pahokee's offense averaging 36 points. This Newman team has averaged 47 and 2 shutouts. So we'll see what gives tonight. One of these two defenses have got to make a lot of plays in order to slow the other team down.
Top-ranked quarterback in the ESPN Top 63 list. Hewley rolls to his right, steps up, evades the tackler, on his feet still. Hewley dumps it left side, one-hand catch. Donia 50, 45, 40. And he slows up and gets brought down to the 36-yard line. Phoenix Donia looking like Saquon Barkley when he's delivered that football, like you saw in Jalen Hurts that time. Makes the play, makes the HSS first down. Move the chains.
You're talking about a load to bring down. I watched several games with him at Benjamin. He has very deceptive speed. Now, he's very physical at the point of attack. You've got to really tackle this running back at Felix Dungeon because he will run you over. He'll bring the mail.
Oftentimes, we are at all these games, right? We have had boots on the ground at every single Cardinal Newman game this season, and it feels like there are maybe 5, 6, or 7 highlights from Donia where he disappears behind the offensive line, and then you count 1, 2, 3, then all of a sudden he is 20 yards into the defensive backfield with breakaway speed. Here's a handoff, not Donia this time, and it is an unsuccessful run play that time from Cardinal Newman, bottled up at the line of scrimmage, but not going down, but the play is blown dead. Forward progress stopped at the line of scrimmage. The carry that time went to Gennaro Sumter.
But in order to neutralize the speed of Pahokee, Newman has to be physical up front. If they allow them being the Blue Devils to get in the backfield and penetrate, it's going to be a long night for this running game because they're not big up front, but they're going to get in the backfield. They're going to make you miss a block because of their speed, and they always keep 6 or 7 guys around the line of scrimmage.
Second down and 10 from the 36-yard line in plus territory after that big Donia reception. No gain on the Sumter run on the play following. Under 6 to play in this first quarter. It's a quarterback keeper. Hewley gets brought down in the backfield. No, he stays on his feet. Hewley still running at the 50 backwards. 45, 40. Hewley at the 30 out of bounds. It went from a 15 to 20-yard loss into a gain of at least 7 yards. Hewley, more like Houdini,
6 yards.
My word.
That's the weight room, baby. If you've been in the weight room, that's what happens. Again, you're physical. You've got to put hands on him and bring him down. Grab cloth. You can't allow him to stiff arm you and spin out of there. He's done that on 2 plays.
Out of bounds officially at the 30-yard line. The line to gain is the 26. It'll be 3rd down and 4 on the other side. Injury timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 30 seconds. 3rd and 4 for Newman coming up after this.
Not all moves reflect your lifestyle. At Safebound Luxury, we provide white glove services tailored for high-end homes, fine art, and designer furnishings. Our expert team ensures every piece is packed, transported, and placed with precision and care. If you're relocating a residence that deserves more than a basic move, schedule your private consultation today at safeboundluxury.com to experience the difference. This isn't just a move. This is the art of moving.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Couple of big, explosive firework plays here in the HSS Game of the Week already. Couple by Pahokee and a couple by Cardinal Newman. It's the HSS Game of the Week with 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Pahokee struck first on their opening offensive drive. They lead 7-0. Cardinal Newman on their first offensive drive of the game. They've got the football in plus territory at the 30-yard line with a 3rd and 4, which looked like it was going to be a 3rd down and about 24, if not for the heroics of Jaron Hewley in the offensive backfield. 3rd and 4 now as Donia's to the right of Hewley. 2 receivers right, lone receiver left. Clapping his hands, takes a snap. It's Donia on the carry, left side. 1st down, a little bit more. He's breaking tacklers, going out of bounds past the 20-yard line. An HSS 1st down. 1st and 10, Newman from the 20.
That's what he brings, and you've got to get him stopped before he ever gets started. You've got to make him shuffle his feet because Donia runs downhill. He's very physical. Very often you see him plowing over the defender versus them taking him backwards. So a lot of guys got to get on him, put a hat on him, and stop him before he gets started.
1st and 10 for the Crusaders. At the 20-yard line, 2 receivers right, lone receiver left. Watch this game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Hewley in the shotgun, ball on the left hash. Hands the ball off, Donia up the gut, and he gets met at the line of scrimmage and falls forward for 3 yards. 2nd down and 7.
You know, Kat, I'm watching Hewley at the quarterback position. He carries the ball very loosely. He keeps it out in his right arm. Guys are swiping at it. He's strong now. But, again, you can't control that when you have it out on the side. So I'm going to watch this throughout this game to see at some point he lets that football go.
Interesting formation setting up for Cardinal Newman, and Pahokee takes a timeout when they saw that. To paint the picture for you, they had Donia split out wide to the right behind 3 different wide receivers. So 4 pass catchers on the right side, Donia behind the front 3. Pahokee saw that, said, let's talk about this play, and took a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. Line to gains the 10-yard line. In the red zone is Cardinal Newman with 2nd and 7 coming up. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Early impressions of both sides so far, Coach. We are with 4:12 to play in the first quarter. Pahokee 7, Cardinal Newman 0. Newman on offense for the first time this evening. What have you seen?
Well, so far so good on both sides. Again, I know that both teams have scored a lot of points. The question is, when you get hit, can you answer? Both teams have so far been able to answer the bell. Newman's trying to finish this drive with a touchdown, but that's a diamond formation made famous by Booker T. Washington out of Miami. They want to throw the ball a lot of times to that formation and get more blockers than you can have defenders.
Same formation, hard count. Pahokee stays disciplined, does not jump. Again, diamond formation, as Coach mentioned. 4 receivers on the right side. Donia is behind 3 different wide receivers. Will he be the target here on 2nd and 7? Hewley claps his hands. The ball's not snapped. It's on the 2nd time, and this play's blown dead. It looked like to be a design quarterback keeper off the left side, but a false start will back up the Cardinal Newman offense to set up a 2nd down and 12.
Well, what you're hoping is that you can get more guys to outflank. So what they did, then they put the diamond out, hoping defenders would go out. They didn't go out. They should have thrown it out there, but what Newman tried to do was run it backside with their quarterback, Hewley. Got a false start, but they had numbers on the right side of the diamond formation.
Yeah, and Jaron Hewley is the #1 ranked quarterback out of this year's senior class in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Different formation, no longer the diamond set, man in motion. It's a misdirection handoff up the middle, rather a counter, as Donia gets the carry up the gut and doesn't go anywhere. No gain, at most a yard. It'll be 3rd down and long coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense.
And that's the only way you can play him. You've got to be physical at the point of attack. One guy won't bring him down because he's about 200 pounds, but he's built like a truck. You've got to put a hat on him and keep guys moving their legs.
Coach, have you traditionally seen it more difficult to tackle shorter running backs because there's less of them to actually get a hand on?
I agree 1,000%. Again, he has a low center of gravity anyway because he's already built toward the ground, but he puts his shoulders down over his knees and gives you very little to hit.
3rd down and 12 in the shotgun. No one in the backfield. Hewley throws it left side to Donia, who's in motion. Cuts off field. 15. Brought down short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th down and short, and a decision to be made by Cardinal Newman head coach Jack Daniels.
You notice all these guys they have out in the formation, but they still throw it to him because he's so physical, hoping that he can catch it in space and get a couple of guys to miss. They knew they were going to go for it on 4th. They just want to get close, and that's what they're going to do here on 4th down.
4th down and 3. Ball at the 13. Line to gain the 10. Newman with the football. Pahokee with the 7-0 lead. 2:45 to play in the first quarter. Newman with the ball knocking on the door. Big play. Early part of the game here. Hewley in the shotgun on 4th and through. Motions over his receiver from the left side. It's another carry. Donia off the gut. Donia to the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinal Newman. A racetrack touchdown from 13 yards out on 4th and 3. Phoenix Donia finds the end zone for 6. Again, brought to you by Racetrack. And a point after pending to try to tie this game up at 7-7.
Well, that's his game. Again, downhill running, 6 runs, only 2 passes on that series for Cardinal Newman. That's what they are. They want to run the football. They have the ability to throw it, but they really want to run the ball with Felix Dungeon because he's so physical, and that's the guy that they're going to put their season on his back all season long to try to run the ball.
Newman looks like they're going to go for 2 and go for the lead here. Right now, 7-6 with a 2-point conversion pending for Newman. 2:29 to play in the first quarter. It's 7-6. Pahokee again on top before this 2-point conversion is attempted by the Crusaders. Dressed in all gold. Hewley in the shotgun. The ball's on the left hash of this 2-point conversion. 2 receivers left. The left slot man brought in motion. Hewley rolling to his right. Firing it at the pylon. Caught in for 2. The catch was made for the 2-point conversion by Ethan Holland. And Cardinal Newman takes a 1-point lead. 8-7. Newman on top.
That's the old goal line pass number 1. So you get a receiver coming in motion and the quarterback just sprints out to the right side. The outside receiver is going to curl in to hold the cornerback, get a guy sprinting to the corner. He's confused as you come out, and he goes right to the pylon. The quarterback hits an easy pass.
Now, I might be mistaken here. I think that's how Clemson won a national championship against Alabama in one of their iconic clashes with a goal line play like that.
Yep.
So Cardinal Newman will kick this one back to Pahokee, who scored on their opening offensive drive of the game. Of course, it was aided by a special teams fumble where Newman got a stop. Pahokee had one big chunk play into plus territory, but then they did get a punt. But that punt was fumbled, and Pahokee cashed in on good field position. So we'll see what Pahokee can do on offense for the second time this evening. 8-7, Newman on top of Pahokee here on the HSS Game of the Week. 2:30 to play in the first quarter. Watch the game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Ball kicked deep to the goal line and will go out back of the end zone for a touchback. So Pahokee will start from their own 20-yard line for their second offensive drive of the game.
The question is going to be, can Pahokee answer the Newman touchdown? Because, again, Newman pretty much took it down the field with ease, running the ball physically, more running plays than passing plays. Pahokee was able to benefit, as you mentioned, at 9:42 in the game. They got a muff punt, or more or less a ball to hit the gunner, and that's how they got their offense to going. Now can they answer and go the full length of the field? That's going to be the question about this Blue Devil offense.
And going back, it's got to be deflating for a defense who thinks you got a 4th down stop and you turn around and all of a sudden the Blue Devils got the football and you're back out there after a sense of achievement. 1st and 10 for Pahokee. It's a carry, nearly a fumble on a miscommunication between runner and quarterback. It's a broken tackle, still on his feet. Gets an 8-yard gain on 1st and 10. A nice play that time made by running back Sam Arnold, where it looked like it was a miscommunication between Mitchell and Arnold, where Mitchell held on to that football for a long time on the mesh, but eventually Arnold did get the football and make something out of nothing. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2 coming up from the 28. Pahokee used big pass plays in their first drive of the game to get down the field and cash one in for a touchdown. They start this drive off with a run. Ball on the left hash, Mitchell in the shotgun, lone receivers far out wide to the right. Motions up back from the left side to the right side, does Mitchell. Claps his hands, takes the snap, fires it right side flat. It's caught at the 25-yard line behind the line of scrimmage. Bouncing it outside, gains 1 yard, but that's all. It's 3rd down and 1, a big hit near that Cardinal Newman sideline has them fired up. Here's 3rd and 1.
You know, historically, if you're Pahokee and you make a catch like that in the flat, you're going to the end zone because there's so much speed. But as I mentioned earlier in the pregame, Newman has balanced this thing out by getting speed as well. So they can win the inside, Ken Newman, because they're physical. The question is, can Pahokee's receivers outside make enough plays in order to neutralize this defense?
Ball on the right hash. Couple of tight ends. It's a carry up the middle. Met in the backfield, broken tackle. HSS 1st down. Getting small, exposing the gap, and breaking through for a solid gain of around 7 yards when he only needed 1. Once again, Samuel Arnold on the HSS 1st down carry of approximately 7 to 8 yards. 1st and 10, Pahokee.
And that's just football. Again, you're going to run right up the middle of this defense, try to gut them and make sure that, hey, listen, we're here too. But when you got a small running back, he can sometimes get hidden behind those big offensive linemen, and that's a big benefit for this Pahokee Blue Devil offense.
1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Man in motion, they hit a jet pass to him, trying to break it outside, but Newman catches up to him, and Balaguna Ali makes the tackle, brings him down in the backfield. At the 31, 32-yard line, it's a loss of around 5. 2nd down and 15 coming up.
That's the thing that Pahokee has banked on for years, speed sideline to sideline. They're going to stretch your defense, force you to play sideline to sideline, but as I mentioned earlier, Newman does have some speed on the defensive side this year. Got to get some plays vertically to make this defense have to back up.
And that is the end of the first quarter. Let's send it back to the Evan Cohen Studios in West Palm Beach, where Colin Russo has an update from around Palm Beach County in the Treasure Coast underneath the South Floridian Friday Night Lights. Take it away, Colin.
No, Colin Russo, but we got you here in the studio. A lot of scores around the area. We got number 3 West Boca beating Seminole Ridge 21-0. That game is in the second quarter. Number 4 Atlantic beating 14-0 Blanche Alley, and Jupiter Christian 14-0 against Foundation Academy. Back to you, C-Cat.
Thank you so much, Damian. It is going to be flipping sides and 2nd down coming up for Pahokee after one of those pop passes where it looks like a sweep, it smells like a sweep, it oftentimes has the production of a sweep, but it's a forward pass when you bring that guy in motion, crossing over the front face of the quarterback, and it gives the offense that little backup insurance where if the transaction is fumbled, it's technically a forward pass and the ball is dead instead of a live fumble. So Pahokee with the football, on top, trailing by 1. 8-7, Cardinal Newman with the lead as we enter second quarter action. Again, 2nd down and 15 coming up for the Blue Devils. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left for the Pahokee Blue Devil offense. Arnold in the backfield alongside quarterback Mitchell. Motion over the left slot guy to the right side. Flag on the play. It's a screen pass. Caught at the 29-yard line. Arnold stiff arm across the 40. Brought out of bounds short of the 45-yard line. It is a big play if it stands to set up a much more manageable 3rd down. A keyword if it stands. And judging by the contesting of the Pahokee sideline, this one's going to be coming back and set Pahokee even further behind the chains to replay 2nd down.
Good play call on that by the Blue Devils, getting a screen out, but as you mentioned, it's coming back because of a penalty. But the one thing I can tell you is that Newman is getting up in the face of these receivers challenging, so they don't respect the speed of Pahokee like they used to do in the past, and that's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. Can you get off that jam at the line of scrimmage to make plays down the field?
Illegal formation called against Pahokee to back them on up from a, now to be second down and around 17. Pardon me, the chain gang moves it back to the 26. And it is second down still. Two receivers to the right for Pahokee, two receivers to the left in the spread formation for quarterback Xavier Mitchell. Senior signal caller, directs traffic, brings the slot receiver in motion from the left side, takes a snap while he's in motion, looks right, pucks it, and runs it from the 30, 35 at the original line of scrimmage. Passed it to the 40 and out of bounds for a solid gain on that second down play.
And the Pahokee fans, as they should, are getting excited because that looked like the same thing that they called against them earlier, where you bring a guy down by the back of his jersey and they call it a horse collar. That's a 15-yard penalty.
So the penalty not called, and it is third down and approximately 6. Ball at the 41. Line to gain is the 47. Pahokee has had several instances of a success on the pass game. Sometimes it's on a design pass play, and sometimes Xavier Mitchell tucks it and runs it on those pass plays, or they're just quarterback draws. Timeout called on the field. It's all brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 30 seconds, it's third and 5 on the other side here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast, professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Third and 6, play action patch. Mitchell pumps, fires across the middle, jump ball, incomplete. When I say jump ball, I really meant to say Kamari Foreman went up, climbed the ladder, got paws on it, but he deflected it incomplete. Nearly was intercepted from the linebacker coming underneath, trying to make a play on the ball, but it falls to the ground. 4th and 6 coming up after that incomplete pass, and Pahokee will punt this one away.
That's one of those situations where you don't sack the quarterback, but because of the pressure up the middle, he wasn't able to step through that, and the ball sailed on him a little bit, got, just behind the receiver instead of going into the front side. Would have been a first down and maybe even a bigger play than that.
So Pahokee to punt this one away for the second time this evening. First was Muff, and they got the football back. Good snap, chest high, and punted away a low line drive, returnable from the 21-yard line. In space, 25, using his blockers, 30, 35, breaking to the second level, across midfield, 45, 40, 35, still going. Nobody's going to catch him. It is a touchdown. Zamari Sanders, 80 yards to the house. But there is a flag down at the plus 29-yard line. It is a personal foul, block in the back, going to be called against Cardinal Newman, and this will take the touchdown off the board and back up the Crusaders' offense to right around spot of the penalty, 15 yards from there. And it looks like they're spotting the football at the 40.
So let me show you something, Kat. When I coached against Newman, they had a kid named Jacoby Ford, right? He now coaches at West Boca. He would do the same thing to you. Did it to Glade Central the week before. I knew they had more speed than I did at Suncoast, so I'd kick it out of bounds. You don't kick it to him. That's the fastest guy in the state of Florida, so you can't kick it to him.
And Coach, you obviously coached Devin Hester too. You don't want to kick it to Devin Hester.
No. Well, some guys did, and he's still running 20 years later.
1st and 10 from the plus 40-yard line for Cardinal Newman. Jaron Hewley's in the shotgun with trips left 2 receivers right, empty formation. No running back there for quarterback Hewley. Again, 1st and 10, Newman. Newman on top, 8-7 after they converted their 2-point conversion, their touchdown. Hewley pumps, fires left side, flat. It's going to be caught for a 6-yard gain, gets brought down 10 yards down the field. It is a 10-yard gain for an HSS first down. Nice play that time made by Knox Fletcher as a sophomore wide receiver gets the catch and gets the conversion.
Well, what you're saying when you got an empty set in the backfield is that I got 5 guys out. I'm going to get a matchup that I want one-on-one. If you can't cover, we're going to expose you. Also, I believe my 5 offensive linemen can block your 5 guys or 6, whatever you bring. So the quarterback's going to get the ball out quickly enough, and I've got guys that will get out in the pattern. That's the messages you're sending to Pahokee when you come to the empty set.
1st and 10, Cardinal Newman from the 30-yard line in plus territory. Good punt return. Touchdown taken away, but a lot of positive yardage after the penalty. It's a handoff to Donia up the middle. It's met in the backfield, drags some tacklers forward for a 2-yard gain on 1st and 10. It'll be 2nd and 8 from the 28-yard line. 10 minutes remaining in this first half. Newman with the 1-point lead, Newman with the football.
You know what makes it so difficult is that Mitchell, quarterback Hewley, he's riding that ball to the last second. So you don't know if you're a linebacker whether to come up or to stay back, because if he pulls it out, he throws it over your head, it's going to be a big play as well.
Rolling to his right is Hewley. Fires it to the 10-yard line. It's caught for an HSS first down, out of bounds, just short of the 5-yard line. The catch, the conversion made by Leslie Mosley, who makes a name of himself normally on special teams. He's their usual return guy. Was not the return guy that got good field position for Newman on this drive. That was Sanders, but now Mosley makes a big play from scrimmage. Spot him out of bounds at the 7. It's 1st and goal for Newman after the HSS first down. 9:33 to play in the first half. 8-7. Newman with the ball, Newman with the lead.
You take your running back and send him out first as a protector for your quarterback, who's also an athlete. And then you throw a nice little corner route where only your guy could catch it. Put it right where his guy needed to catch that football, and easy catch. That's what you have to do if you're Cardinal Newman. Get these guys in space, because you got a pretty good matchups right now against this Blue Devil defense.
Hewley in the shotgun with 2 receivers right. A running back in front of quarterback Hewley, and a 2 tight end set as they motion him on over. Lone receiver left is Mosley, and timeout is called. A sports certified, powered by VitaCost timeout called by Newman, and we'll take a 30-second break with them. Watch this game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Listen to it live on ESPN 106.3 on your FM dial, or download the ESPN South Florida app, where you can listen to this game from wherever in the world you want to. Back in 30 seconds, ESPN 106.3.
Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121, or visit tworld.com today.
Hewley in the shotgun. 1st and goal from the 7, takes a snap, fakes the jet sweep, quarterback keeper up the middle, met at the 5, and he gets dropped at the 5-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal from that spot, a gain of 2.
Great play by the Pahokee Blue Devil defense, bad read by the quarterback. Hewley, you got to give that up, because that guy was coming in motion. There was no one there. He gives it up, he walks into the end zone untouched, but you got to get a better read on that. When the defenders go up the field with your guy, then you keep it. But if they don't go with him, you got to take that and give it to the running back.
2nd and goal from the 5 for Newman. Newman 8, Pahokee 7. 8:50 to play in the first half. It's another match. Donia the carries, bursting through the hole. Is he in? He is. Touchdown, Cardinal Newman. Phoenix Donia with his 2nd of the night. This one from 5 yards out. A 5-yard touchdown run from Phoenix Donia, brought to you by Racetrack.
But whereas this offense goes, he's going to take them. Again, he's that kind of physical guy. They can throw the ball. That's not what they want to do. They've run the ball 13 times, only 6 passes. They want to run the ball with Felix Dunja. I know Benjamin, they were hurting when he left, because he is a physical running back. You'll see him playing on Saturday afternoon somewhere in this country.
Now, I don't know the health status on kicker Nathaniel Parks, but they're going for 2 to make this a 3-score game. A 2-score game, excuse me. As Donia rushes it himself right side, gets brought down just short of the goal line.
3 seconds to go in the second quarter.
So it's 14-7 after that no-good 2-point conversion. I don't know if they're having issues with special teams in terms of having their normal field goal kicker or not, but I appreciated the math play. I like whenever you can make it a 2-score game, doing that option when it comes to 2-point conversions. It does not pay off for head coach Jack Daniels of the Cardinal Newman Crusaders that time. It's 14-7 with 8:43 to play in this first half, as Pahokee now gets the football back down by 7.
That's interesting that you bring that point up about field goal kicking, because you get late in this game, if it's a close contest, and that's how you need to win it. It's going to be interesting to see if they have someone on their sideline that can kick a short field goal. They're put in that position.
So to kick this one away is Nathaniel Parks, the junior kicker and punter. Kicking from their own 35. Pahokee getting the football back with 2 men deep to return from their own 6-yard line. And it's going to be kicked deep. Back to the goal line, and it'll be returned from the 5, 10, 15, 20. Good block, 30, 35, on his feet, 45, 50, and brought down in plus territory, short of the 45-yard line. Great return that time by Pahokee as they make magic happen. It looks like that time might have been Davis on the return. Either way, Pahokee set up nicely here on their 3rd offensive drive of the game.
They are, and you got to answer on this. You got to find a way offensively to get a little continuity. They're pretty balanced. I mean, 7 running plays, 8 passing plays, but a couple of those running plays have been quarterback keepers when they've spread out this formation of Cardinal Newman on defensive side. Question is, can they sustain a long drive here and try to get some points to tie this game up?
So Pahokee gets the football past midfield to the 45-yard line on the great return. About a 54-yard return as that ball was caught just inches from the goal line. 1st and 10, Pahokee Blue Devils as they trail by 7. In the shotgun, you've got Mitchell. He's got 2 receivers split out wide to the left, and another receiver hidden right up against the line. Lone receiver to the right, the ball's in the right hash mat. Handoff up the middle, left side, still on his feet, gets brought down to the line of scrimmage. Tried to bounce it somewhere, but Maury Singleton, the sophomore running back, never found the space he needed. 2nd and 10.
So I've got my eyes on this formation, right? So they give it to the running back going from right to left, but they take the wide receiver and bring him back behind the quarterback. These guys in the booth up here next to us from Pahokee, they're looking to see if Newman is going to stay home. If they don't, at some point in the game, watch for this guy to get the ball coming back. The wide receiver coming from the left to the right.
Pahokee adjusts their formation at the line. They pull their receiver from split out wide to the right up against the line. Feet parallel. Throws it left side. Going to be caught behind the line of scrimmage, 3 yards deep, and he's tackled right there. A 2-yard loss on 2nd and 10. And Pahokee's backed up behind the sticks with 3rd and 12 coming up for the Blue Devils.
The reason that doesn't work is because you've got to threaten them down the field. You got to make these defensive backs back up. If you're throwing short passes, you better get great blocks on the line of scrimmage. They're not getting that. You got to throw something over their head. Even if you don't complete it, it gives you a chance to say, listen, we will do it. We will throw the ball down the field.
3rd and 12 for the Blue Devils. Passing down here for head coach Carlos Lammons' bunch. 7 minutes to play in the first half as Mitchell drops back a pass. Pressure on either side, steps up, and he gets dropped for a sack. Big loss. Backed up behind the line of scrimmage. Ty Kirkpatrick on the sack, and will set up Pahokee to have to punt this one back to the Crusaders offense.
And that's what happens when you get the long yardage situation. It takes a little bit longer for these routes to develop down the field. If you don't have the time as a quarterback to survey your first and second options, you're probably going to get a sack if you can't escape on a run.
4th down and 14. Pahokee will punt this one away. 2 men deep to return this one for Newman. You have Mosley and you have Sanders. Sanders had the big return last time. This one is a good snap, a great punt that splits both return men, and they nearly fumbled the football. Instead, it's tackled at behind the 10-yard line. You know, Newman's lucky that they still have the football. Both return men converged on it, thought they both were going to catch that ball. Think of a pop fly to left center field where both are saying, I got it, I got it. It is caught by Newman, but tackled immediately as they could not get any momentum after the collision. And Pahokee backs up Cardinal Newman inside their own 10-yard line. 1st and 10, Newman at the 7.
So if you're Jack Daniels, this is the perfect scenario for you. 6 minutes and 12 seconds to go here in the second quarter. You get a score here, and then you come out in the second half and get the football right back. So you get a twofer. But if you're Pahokee, you're saying, listen, they're backed up. We're going to put a little pressure on them. We got to get this football back. Don't allow them to flip the field. Newman have taken 2 of their timeouts. So we want to put them in a long yardage situation if we can here early in the game.
Hewley in the shotgun's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right. 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line. Donia to the right of Hewley. Aaron Hewley brings his man in motion from the left side. Fakes a handoff to that man in motion. It's a throw to the right side. Wide receiver screen. Broken tackle. Mosley going upfield. Broken tackles. He gains 9 on 1st and 10.
Stop made by Willis Fitzgerald.
Make it a full 10. Looks like to move the chains. Yes, 1st and 10. HSS first down for Cardinal Newman. Mosley, not the biggest guy in the bunch. He's listed at 5'11", 155, but he played bigger than that on that wide receiver screen, breaking several tackles, lowering his shoulders, and muscling his way on through. From the 17-yard line, 1st and 10, Newman. Hewley barks orders to his offensive line, calling out pressure, calling out coverages. Only one man with his hand in the dirt for Pahokee. Hewley fires a deep ball down the far sideline, looking for his man, deflected and incomplete. Springing free was Amari Sanders, but some really good coverage on the play that time by Willie Logan, who kind of had, the receiver had a step on him, and he covered that ground and nearly intercepted the football while it was in the air, but it's 2nd and 10 on the incomplete pass.
That he did. He made a great play, got right back in position, got his head around, what you teach DBs to do. Most don't do it, so they get a 15-yard penalty. But nevertheless, ball thrown a little bit short. Had he thrown over the top, you know, from a quarterback standpoint, throwing over the top a little bit more would have been a huge completion.
Carry by Donia on the left side. Sidesteps and nearly breaks the tackle, but gets brought down, falling forward to the 21-yard line. It's a gain of around 3. 3rd down and 7 coming up. Cardinal Newman ball, and Cardinal Newman has the lead, 14-7, with 5:10 to play in this first half. Jaron Hewley has 2 running backs flanked to his either side. Ball on the left hash, 2 receivers to the long side of the field on the right, lone receiver to the left. Donia in motion to that right side. Hewley looks his way, pumps, now throws a screen pass on the left side. It's caught at the 21-yard line, trying to reverse field, going the wrong way, and brought down for a loss. Back him up to the original line of scrimmage. It's 4th and 10 for Cardinal Newman. That time the catch was made, and the mistake was made by Gennaro Sumter to back up Newman.
You know, Sumter, a guy who played at South Fork, very good running back, transferred down last year. Didn't get a lot of playing time, but he scored about 9 touchdowns as a freshman on the varsity for South Fork. You know, you said it right, Kat. Good play call, bad decision by the running back. He's really a running back. You throw it to him in space, but you threw it to the short side of the field as well.
In the shotgun, Hewley will punt this one away, a pooch kick that will go out of bounds short of the 50-yard line. So Pahokee's got great field position as they will get the football back down by 7 with plenty of time. Nothing but time to try to get into the end zone. Ball at the 50 is where they're going to spot it for the Blue Devil offense.
You know, Newman took 2 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock on that drive. They were down at the 7-yard line. They did, I won't say they flipped the field, but they did get out of their end of the field. And now Pahokee has the answer on this because, again, offensively, early on, they've gotten themselves in some long yard situations.
Pahokee started the game with the football on offense, and as Coach mentioned before, Newman will get the football out of halftime. 1st and 10, Pahokee at the 50. Left slot man brought in motion to the left side. And a broken tackle. Mitchell on the quarterback keeper falls forward for a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 coming up as he's in plus territory now is the Pahokee offense. Clock rolling. 3:50 reads it in this first half.
You know, Mitchell makes a good read on that, but the only thing is he stumbled. He hit somebody's foot in there, stumbled down to the ground. Otherwise, he probably would have had about 20, 25 yards on that run.
Town of around 6,000. Gotta imagine 5,000 more in the building or on the premises right now watching Pahokee Blue Devil football. 2nd and 5 from the 45-yard line. It's a carry, left side. HSS first down as he crosses the 40-yard line and brought down at the 38. A gain of 7. Move the chains for the Pahokee Blue Devil offense. They scored that touchdown drive largely through the air on the first drive of the game. 1st and 10, Pahokee from the 38. In plus territory as Mitchell hands it off up the middle. Broken tackle, still on his feet, across the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone touchdown, Blue Devils! Maury Singleton finds the end zone, but this one might be coming back. Hold the phone. There is a penalty flag right at that line of scrimmage. Actually, excuse me, it's down the field. The touchdown might be coming back, but it might have been a hold that is down the field. So, not the worst case scenario if you're a Pahokee Blue Devil fan, but certainly you didn't want to see laundry on the field after that big play, 38 yards out by Singleton.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, great run on that by Singleton. He gets in the hole, kind of disappears because he's so small. All of a sudden, he comes out on the right side, and nobody from Newman saw him. He's racing up the right sideline, looking for somebody from Newman to catch him. No, not tonight. Only thing can stop this offense right now are the flags.
Remains 2nd down. Ball moved to the 32, so he's 2nd down and around 4 yards. Line to gain is the 28. The hold was down the field, not at the line of scrimmage. Now Mitchell fakes the handoff, fires it right side. It's going to be deflected and incomplete. Ball pops right into the air, and if you're a Blue Devil fan, your heart skipped a beat because you never want a ball go off the hands of your receiver across the middle of the field with this many Cardinal Newman Crusaders in that area. But it found a open zone to drop and hit the ground. 3rd down and 4 now from the 32-yard line. Again, 3rd down and 4 for the Pahokee Blue Devils.
You know, one thing the Blue Devils have to keep in mind is Pahokee, they have the curls in there, open up the middle of the field because they're going to run too high, are the Crusaders. They're not going to let you get behind them. So find those easy curl routes inside and try to drop the football in there to these receivers.
In the shotgun, which trips right as Mitchell throws a screen left side. Got blockers. HSS first down, 25. Sidestep brought down to the 21-yard line. Move the chains for Pahokee. It's Singleton on the catch. It's Singleton on the conversion.
A good play.
Spot him at the 20. In the red zone goes Pahokee.
Yeah, good play call on that screen. Newman's coming. They're bringing speed. Normally they don't go for the screens, but again, you give them formations, they start coming up the field. You just drop it off if you're Pahokee.
Pahokee trails 14-7. They've got the football on the plus 20-yard line. Slot man brought in motion from the right side to the left as Xavier rolls to his right. Tucks it, runs it at the 20, 15 on his feet, out of bounds just around the 10-yard line. Xavier Mitchell. They're going to give him the 10 and give him the HSS first down. Move the chains for Pahokee. It's 1st and goal for the Blue Devils.
You know, I know all quarterbacks, their desire is to throw the ball down the field. If you're Mitchell, you got your eyes up. You got an easy one there. There's a guy breaking to the back of the end zone. All he had to do is lob it over the top. But nevertheless, possession is 9/10 of the law. Got the first down. Keep this offense moving with a little over 2 minutes to go.
And Mitchell has shown his legs several times tonight. It looks like that Cardinal Newman secondary and linebacker core is kind of biting on the run as soon as he lowers that football and hints at a run. Mitchell in the shotgun. This play is going to be blown dead. A timeout is called by the Cardinal Newman Crusaders. Sports certified, powered by Vitacost. With 2:18 to play in the first half, it's Cardinal Newman 14, Pahokee 7. Blue Devils have the football, 1st and goal from the 10. We'll stay right here, live on YouTube. Watch this game. Every hit, every touchdown, every tackle, every single moment, live on YouTube. at ESPN Top 63. Subscribe to that YouTube channel. It is the best and most thorough coverage of high school football, as north as Vero Beach, as south as Boca Raton, and as west as, well, here, the Muck, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Coach, that timeout called by the Crusaders, were you happy with that call if you're a Crusader fan?
You've got to be, because they've given them the same formation about 4 times in a row where they bring a receiver in motion. He lines up in the backfield, and he's just going to wham the linebacker. Well, there's nobody there when the running back gets there because they're double-teaming the tackle, pushing him back, and they're clearing everything out. So Newman had to burn their final time out of the half to try to stop it.
Lone receiver left, it is going to be a carry. Left side, Singleton gets tackled at the line of scrimmage, gets forced backwards, and it will be no gain on 1st and goal. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage. 2nd and goal from the 10. Getting a dose of Mari Singleton, the sophomore running back, on this drive for Pahokee. We saw Sam Arnold, the senior running back, for most of the first half until this drive, getting those touches in the backfield. 1:47 reads the clock in this first half. Newman 14, Pahokee 7. Xavier Mitchell, the senior quarterback, barking orders to his left and to his right, commanding the offense. Bunched receivers to the right side, close to the line, 2 receivers left side, and now a sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout is going to be called by Pahokee, as it looked like there might have been miscommunication and confusion by the Blue Devil offense.
Yeah, anytime you send that many guys into the game, 5, 6 guys in a formation, it's a lot of confusion. So they did a great job. They still have 1 timeout left here in the first half. But if you're Pahokee, you got to answer here. You got to score a touchdown. You're not going to beat this team with field goals, which I know they're not a big field goal team anyway, but you've got to score touchdowns. You got to answer on this drive. Find the best play down here that you can run in terms of formation. Give guys an overload, maybe bunch them up together, and then try to sneak somebody out in the flat and get a touchdown.
We're staying right here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. It's a good one. The HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. 14-7. Newman on top by 7. Newman will get the football out of the halftime break, so it would be massive for Pahokee here to not only find the end zone, but maybe use some of that clock and not allow Newman to have any offensive opportunity when they get the football back. So Mitchell in the shotgun's got 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left that are split out wide. Ball in the middle of the field. Mitchell claps his hands, takes a snap, end around. Bouncing it outside, 15 at the 10, and not much having there. Only a gain of 1 on 2nd and goal from the 10, setting up 3rd and goal from the 9.
Again, they have speed as well. You got to go north and south. You can't go sideline to sideline. Anything you can get where there's a bunch formation, bring somebody in motion like the goal line pass, number 1. You got to get your quarterback on the run here on 3rd down to the wide side of the field.
Ball on the left hash. That wide side would be the right side of the right-handed quarterback, Xavier Mitchell. Running back to his left, 2 receivers to his right. Mitchell dropping back to pass on 3rd and goal from the 9. Breaks a sack attempt. Rolling to his right. Throws it. End zone. Incomplete. He was looking to link up with DJ Jones, the junior wide receiver, running kind of parallel with quarterback Mitchell. And Mitchell tried to lead him. It was tightly covered, but thrown too wide, incomplete out the back of the end zone. 4th and goal from the 9. And it looks like Pahokee will try to cash in on 3 points as their kicker takes the field. Paolo Lugo, the senior place kicker.
And that's the difference. I mean, Hewley put it right on his guy in the back of the end zone, well, out of bounds over there. When Newman had the football, Mitchell has to do the same. He's got to put it right on the guy because that's a very difficult pass to catch. He's almost out of real estate.
It'll be a 28-yard attempt from Lugo. Ball on the left hash, snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good.
And it's good.
Pahokee cashes in with a field goal made by Lugo from 28 yards out. 45 seconds remain in the first half. It's Cardinal Newman 14, Pahokee 10, with head coach Jack Daniels' bunch getting back on the field with an opportunity here to try to get some points of their own going into the halftime break as they get the football out of the halftime break. Back in 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Pahokee kicking this one away to Cardinal Newman. It's Cardinal Newman 14, Pahokee 10, as it's towed across the middle of the field to the 6-yard line and returnable. Mosley across the middle of the field, reverses field, spin move on his feet, and then gets brought down at the 21-yard line. 7 seconds comes off the clock. 38 seconds remain in this first half. Newman with the football and a 4-point lead.
You know, if I'm Pahokee, I understand the situation in this game. Newman has to get the ball down the field. They probably have struggled with the field goal kicking, so we got to tackle everything in the field of play. The clock will stop if they get a first down, but other than that, they don't have any way of stopping the clock.
Here comes the Crusaders offense, who has really had a lot of success running the football with Phoenix Donia. A couple of pass plays here and there, some screen passes. See if Hewley can really command this drive on an aerial assault. Jaron Hewley in the shotgun, 2 receivers right, and a flag comes out. Backing up Cardinal Newman, 5 yards.
So you can't break the huddle and have a guy go to the sideline. If he's in that huddle, he's got to finish the play. So that's why they're going to call a 5-yard penalty. They had 12 guys on the field.
So at the 18-yard line, that's now where Cardinal Newman will start. Hewley in the shotgun, 2 receivers right, lone receiver to the left. Senior quarterback hands the ball off. Donia up the middle, gets met at the line of scrimmage. As Donia always does, is going forward rather than backwards. He gets close to the original line of scrimmage, a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 10, and that clock will roll under 20 seconds. We'll see if Newman even snaps this football one more time, and they will not. Cardinal Newman heads into the halftime locker room with a 14-10 lead over Pahokee as we head here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 to the safe-bound moving and storage halftime break. Colin Russo will take it from here, give you updates, call-ins, and results from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. It's a safe-bound moving and storage halftime report coming up next here live on ESPN 106.3, ESPN Top 63 on YouTube. 14-10, Newman on top.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS air conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day halftime. 14-10 score in our game. Got a lot of good stuff going on from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. We'll get to that in a moment. It's the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update. Colin Russo with you. I'm at the City Play Studios alongside Damian Perez. Good job by Christian Cat keeping us up over the airwaves previously. Of course, Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound. It's South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. It's family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. It's based right here in West Palm Beach, but it serves all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving into Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has the experience, expertise, and the 5-star customer service that you can rely on to take you to the next level. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day postgame, halftime, presented by HSS Florida as well. We want to go around to the Palm Beach County area, see where people are. Let's go to Brian Rowitz, who is on the road somewhere. Brian, where are you? What's going on?
I am up in Stewart, number 9, Martin County. A slow start. They were down 6-0. Westwood got an interception. Looked like it was going to be a 2-score lead. They couldn't punch it in, and then all of a sudden the light bulb turned on for Martin County. They just had a 40-yard fumble return for a touchdown. About to make the PAT, which would make it 28-6, 1:17 to go here in the second.
Brian, you're only going to one game tonight, or are you bouncing around?
I'm headed to South Fork after this to go see the Bulldogs try and win 3 straight against Legacy, the new school out of Port St. Lucie. PAT missed, by the way, so I guess I jinxed that one. 27-6, Martin County lead.
Excellent jinx, Brian. We appreciate it. As always, looking forward to maybe talking at some point post-game. So the scoreboard update from around the Palm Beach County area, here's what we got for you. Vero Beach over Centennial, 9-0 second quarter was last time we saw there. And, of course, our HSS game of the week has Cardinal Newman up over Pahokee, number 2 versus number 5. That is 14-10. Cardinal Newman up. West Boca's up big over Seminole Ridge, 35-0 is the score there. Atlantic's up big over Blanche Ely, 34-0 in that one. That's number 4, Atlantic. Number 7, Glades Central taking on Moore Haven is a 13-6 score. We last saw it was in the first quarter. So we don't have a complete update there, but we do see 13-6. Of course, you heard from Brian Rhodes about the Martin County game. Jupiter Christian over Foundation Academy, 28-0 is the score there. Palm Beach Central is tied with Santa Lucius. That is at 14 apiece in the second quarter. Boca Raton is up over Lake Worth, 21-7 is the score. Boca Raton over Lake Worth. Fort Pierce Central over Tradition Prep. I'm seeing 14-0. Last we saw was at some point in the second quarter. Of course, that was our scoreboard update. We'll get to that in a moment. First, I got to tell you about the award-winning burgers over at Duffy's Sports Grill. Duffy's Sports Grill is a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Duffy's, once again, voted the best sports grill with their award-winning burgers and wings. They got weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play, starting at just $7.99. Plus, you can make sure you sign up for free to get your Duffy's MVP card and start earning rewards today. Why go anywhere? without a reward system. That is really the new next generation of developing some sort of currency over at Duffy's. With over 80 TVs in each location, you'll never miss a minute of each game. The biggest bouts, Duffy's has them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Once again, our HSS game of the week is sitting at 14-10. Cardinal Newman up over Pahokee as we got you up until the second half here. That quick first half, too. Back and forth battle there. As for what happened yesterday, we had a couple games on the Thursday slate. Here's what happened. Go over Prep over Benjamin. They won that one 33-27. Royal Palm up over Dwyer. They won that one easy, 51-0. They sit at 4-0. You'll hear from Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm, who took over after being the offensive coordinator under Chuck Kenyon last year. They go to Georgia next week. So a good test for them after starting 4-0, basically outscoring their opponents 200-0 through this point. You'll hear from Sam Curry post-game. Jupiter won over Spanish River. That was 24-13 was the final score there. Jason Crabman back in the win column. Surprise, surprise. Palm Beach Lakes over Park Vista won 12-3. Coach Tamarian Moreland will join us post-game as well. You'll hear about Palm Beach Lakes and some of the good things that they have cooking up there, responding well after a bad loss last week to Glade Central 49-0. But they're back in the win column. Palm Beach Lakes 12-3. Coach Moreland will be with us post-game. Boynton Beach won over Suncoast, a score of 9-0. A low-scoring affair in that one, maybe a couple field goals, maybe a touchdown and a safety. 9-0 was the score. Boynton Beach over Suncoast. Joaquin Garcia back in the win column after getting thrashed by Atlantic last week. 58-0. 58-0 was the score in the Joaquin Garcia game over John I. And, of course, circling back to what we have in the surrounding area of Palm Beach County, we'll tell you about that in a moment. First, if you check out our Instagram, we check out our Twitter, we check out our YouTube. Our social media is at ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63. If you notice an athlete in the area who has made it on the Top 63 list for football or for any sport, just making the name for themselves throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, if you notice a performance from any of these athletes, you could nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week by just DMing ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or you can come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their luxury cars. Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. Kate Chumsden does a great job highlighting some of the student athletes in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area, so you can catch that all on our YouTube, on our Instagram, on our Twitter, at ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63. From around the Palm Beach County area, a couple top 10 teams in the thick of it. Vero Beach up over Centennial. Last we saw was 9-0. Of course, our HSS game of the week, 14-10. Cardinal Newman over Pahokee. West Boca 35. Seminole Ridge 0. Atlantic 34. Blanche Ely 0. Glade Central is up over Moore Haven. 13-6 was the first quarter of the last we saw there. Martin County was at 21. And, of course, we saw a hurt from Brian Rowitz on that game. Jupiter Christian 28. Foundation Academy was 0. Palm Beach Central and Santa Lucius were tied at 14 apiece last we saw. Boca Raton 21, Lake Worth 7, and Fort Pierce Central was at 14, and Tradition Prep was at 0. That's a score from throughout the Palm Beach County area. Of course, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is brought to you by HSS Florida. In school, in sports, and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain do get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida, they provide world-class care to get you moving again. That's from non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation. HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, which is the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With two convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, we have a full slate of interviews that are going to be on the docket. Once we get into postgame, you'll hear from a couple of the coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. And if you missed any of these coach interviews, you want to go listen to the full catalog that we have basically available, just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get get your podcasts all those great places, and you can catch basically a full slate of high school sports interviews, whether it be football, basketball, volleyball, lacrosse, baseball. We have it all. It's all right there on the Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. We also have our local programming coming throughout the weekend. You're going to hear from Kaiser Seahawk football, which is coming up tomorrow. Of course, Inter Miami, the English and the Spanish you could hear here on ESPN 106.3 and also Deportes Radio. You have Saturday Tailgate with Mike Rizzo, presented by Hard Rock Bet, which is going to be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And on top of that, you get myself and Cade Shumsland with Sunday Huddle at 10 a.m. this coming Sunday to preview a good Week 2 slate of NFL football. So you got that. You also have our local programming that you have on Mondays through Fridays, which is Russo and Rizzo, 4 to 6 p.m. And Theoretically Speaking with Theo Dorsey and Christian Cat, that is 2 to 4. So a lot to look forward to, a lot to have as we send you off into the second half. We got a 14-10 Cardinal Newman Pahokee game, which is a good one, a fast first half. And, of course, stick around post-game up till 11 p.m. We got you covered with some of the good coach interviews that we have. We have Sam Curry on the docket, and we also have Tamarian Moreland of Palm Beach Lakes, who is going to be joining us a little later on in the program. Of course, that's the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update. But if you're a high school athlete, if you're an athlete such as myself who wants to just stay fitness conscious and you just want to be in shape, even if you're an athlete playing at a high school, or not even an athlete, not playing at a high school, just go to the gym. You want to make sure that you are kind of staying in shape. But what does that start? Yes, you got to go to the gym. Yes, you got to go train. Yes, you got to stay on top of it and stay consistent. But also, you got to be in tune with what you're putting into your body in terms of nutrition. Nutrition and the supplements, that is really the fourth horseman to kind of keeping everything in check. And high school athletes, your performance starts with what you put in. It's not necessarily the work you put in on the field. It's on top of it, the nutrition that you add. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace is available and has 400-plus clean products. That means from electrolytes to protein, from all these different supplements that help you perform to the top of your level. They have it available on VitaCost's Sports Certified Marketplace. Save 20% today and just use code ESPN20. ESPN20 will get you 20% off in the VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace. Whether you're even playing varsity or just training for the next level, it fuels high school athletes from throughout the area and throughout the country with their 400-plus sports certified products. They're all certified, which means that they're free of any banned substances. You know there's no funny business going on. And again, use code ESPN20 to get 20% off. That's 2 days. That's, just trying to be health conscious. And this could be for the parents, too. I just trained for a triathlon, and without the supplements that I got at VitaCost, I don't know if I would have made it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. And thankfully, with my protein, my creatine, my electrolytes, all of that basically kept me going during my extensive triathlon experience that I've had throughout the last 6-7 months. And you could do the same because nutrition is everything. 80% of your athletic performance is due what you put into your body and not what you put out. It's all about the nutrition side of it. Be careful with it. Be conscious of it. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace is your place to upgrade your fitness level. Of course, lastly, to finish off this Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update, we'll give you a little bit of a score update. Vero Beach, 9. Centennial, 0. Cardinal Newman, of course, our HSS game of the week, up over Pahokee, 14-10, a top 10 matchup there. West Boca over Seminole Ridge, 35-0. Atlantic over Blanche Ely, 34-0. Atlantic is up. Glade Central is up over Moore Haven. Last we saw that was in the first quarter, is a 13-6 score there. Jupiter Christian was up over Foundation Academy. Last we checked, 28-0. Palm Beach Central, was up over Santa Lucius, tied with Santa Lucius. That was at 14 apiece in the second quarter. Last we saw, I imagine that's close to halftime. Boca Raton was up over Lake Worth last time we saw. Boca Raton was at 21. Lake Worth was at 7. Fort Pierce Central was at 14. Tradition Prep was at 0. Those are your scores from throughout the Palm Beach County, Treasure Coast area. As we'll pick it up back post-game. You'll probably hear from me either in between the third and fourth quarter or definitely post-game, as we have a bunch of coaches lined up to talk to us, to talk about their games, their teams, and the whole landscape of high school football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. This has been Colin Russo, Damian Perez. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. saying so long. Enjoy the second half of our HSS Game of the Week, Cardinal Newman Pahokee, which is coming up just after this. You'll hear from Christian Cat. He'll pick it up on the flip side, as you got a very entertaining second half of football, high-flying back and forth that is coming up next. And you could also watch it on our YouTube and our Twitter at ESPN Top 63. Catch it all there as we got you up until 11 p.m. This has been Colin Russo, our Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Back here live at Anquan Bolden Stadium for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. 14-10, Cardinal Newman leads over Pahokee here out in the muck at the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime reports. We love our partners that allow us at ESPN West Palm to cover high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, one of which is Racetrack. I wouldn't have gotten here without a stop at a Racetrack first. They are your one-stop shop for football tailgates. They're more than just that, though. They are also our team's biggest fan. Racetrack is a top supporter of local high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. At Racetrack, you're not just a customer, you're part of the team. 7.5 million customers strong every single week. They've got the ice-cold drinks. They've got your salty snacks, sweet treats, and freshly made in-house pizza. And, man, I tell you what, I'm going to let you guys in on a tip. Whenever you're going to Racetrack, you got to try the ultimate loaded beef nacho tornado. Ultimate beef nacho tornado. Right now, they're buy one, get one for $1. Absolutely delicious. 5 stars, would recommend to anybody. Go to Racetrack. Go to the gas station that supports our local high school athletes each and every year. Join them this fall. Cheer on your favorite local high school football team at Racetrack. We're proud to fuel dreams by supporting our local high school teams. Together, we're making a difference. Newman won the toss at the start of the game. They deferred, and they are going to be on offense to begin this second half. Again, Cardinal Newman 14, Pahokee 10 as we wind down the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Coach, what type of adjustments do you think were made in each respective halftime locker room?
Well, I think if you're Pahokee, you got to stretch the field a little bit. They know they got to get the football down the field, force these defenders of Newman to back up in the secondary. And on the Newman side, just keep doing what you're doing offensively, run the ball, but you got to score on the other end, cash in on each time you get a drive.
Pahokee's ready, Newman is ready, and the Blue Devils will kick this one away, tow it across the middle of the field, returnable from the 15-yard line. It's Mosley on the return at the 25. He gets tackled. A nice play made there on special teams by Zachary Mitchell. The junior gunner for the kick team of Pahokee makes the tackle, wraps up the elusive Mosley, and will put Cardinal Newman at their own 25-yard line to get us started in third quarter play. Again, it's Newman 14, Pahokee 10. If you're listening right now, as you have for the past 20 years on ESPN 106.3, new for 2025, you can watch this game, courtesy of ESPN West Palm. Just go to YouTube. If you Google search Pahokee Cardinal Newman, will come up. But if you want to subscribe and get the direct access, subscribe to ESPN Top 63. We are live streaming this game right here, right now. Every tackle, every touchdown. Newman from their own 25. Hewley flanked by two running backs, two receivers to the right, one receiver to the left. Takes a snap, handoff up the middle. Sumter on the carry. Gets past the 30-yard line to the 31 for a gain on first down, setting up second and medium.
You know, some live legs, putting Sumter in. As I mentioned earlier, he came out of South Fork High School, transferred after his freshman year, scoring 9 touchdowns. Just a phenomenal running back, gives you a little different hit at that running back. Dungeon's more of a downhill runner, north and south. He has a lot of speed, this Sumter.
Second and 5 from the 31-yard line. In the shotgun, Hewley's got Sumter to his right, Donia to his left. Two receivers split out wide to the right side. That's a long side of the field. The ball's in the left hash. As Hewley claps his hands, takes a snap, rolls to his right. Breaks a sack attempt. Breaks another one. Fires it right sideline. Caught at the 40-yard line. HSS first down. And out of bounds short of midfield. Two men were there meeting at the quarterback, but two men for Pahokee were unable to bring Hewley down. He instead completes it across the field for the HSS first down. Move the chains for the Crusaders. The catch was made by Zamari Sanders, the transfer on over.
And that's been the difference in this game, his ability to get away from defenders. They've had him 3 times in the backfield. They've allowed him to escape each time, and he's completed a pass.
First and 10 from the 45, short of midfield. Donia the carry up the middle. Off to the races, 50, 45, and gets brought down for the HSS first down on an 11-yard gain. Donia went from the line of scrimmage to the line to gain in like record time. He really had a burst into the second level that we haven't seen so far this evening to move the chains. First and 10, Newman, a timeout called. Brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. I mentioned the partners that make high school sports coverage across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast possible. How about the presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3? That's Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. They're proud to support high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. If you've been in a car accident, call now. Free consultation courtesy of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. The sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call now. It's easy. 500-HELP. 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They have offices conveniently located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Thank you to Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather for supporting high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast with High School Game Day. First and 10, Newman. They have the football in plus territory at the 44-yard line, and a flag is out pre-snap. Coach, what did you see go down on the field?
Yeah, it was thrown. I think it's going to be a 5-yard penalty.
I think too many men on the field possibly for Pahokee, which will give a free 5 yards to Newman before that ball is snapped. And you kind of solemnly saw a Pahokee Blue Devil jog off the field, which is, I don't know what's worse, Coach. Being on the sideline and having that realization that you should be on the field right now, where your team has 10 on the field, or being on the field knowing you're the 12th man and you should not be there right now.
Well, you won't get penalized for 10, but you will for 12. So I guess that's a little worse, I guess you could say.
First and 5 for Newman. Move the football up 5 yards. Hewley in the shotgun, 2 receivers left. It's a handoff. Donia off the right side. He gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. One of the few times you'll see Donia get a carry, get hit, and not go forward after being hit at the line of scrimmage. Second and 5.
Well, that only happens when you make him go east and west. If he goes north and south, he's going to run you over. But if you can make him stutter in there, he's not a nifty guy, if you will, but he's downhill. He's running north and south. A lot of speed once he gets the football, but he's got to get started.
Line to gain is the 33-yard line. Ball's at the 38, 2nd and 5. Another carry, Donia, same side, right side. At the HSS first down, move the chain, still on his feet, and gets brought down at the 15-yard line. Make it the 20, pardon. Into the red zone goes Cardinal Newman. 1st and 10 from the plus 20-yard line. Crusaders motoring down the field. 9:43 to play in the third quarter. It's Cardinal Newman 14, Pahokee 10.
You know, Newman has made up their mind. We're just going to run downhill at you. You can't stop us from running the football. We're going to be physical at the point of attack. Show us you can stop us.
Another carry. It's Donia up the gut, and Donia gains 3 on 1st and 10. 2nd and 7 coming up. He gets the football to the 17-yard line.
What they're hoping is that they can wear this Pahokee's defense down. They've already had to burn one timeout, have the Blue Devils, because Newman has run the ball down the field. On 7 plays, they've run it 6 times here in the second half.
Hewley commanding his team, the #1 quarterback in the ESPN Top 63 list. Quarterback of Cardinal Newman. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. In the shotgun, Hewley has 2 receivers to his right. The ball's in the right hash mark. Tight end to the left. It's a handoff. Donia right side. Gets him in the backfield. Spin move to stay on his feet. He gains a couple and gets brought down about at the 19-yard line. Pardon me, the 14-yard line. Gain of a couple. 3rd down and medium. Pardon me, 2nd down.
2-down territory. That's what I was signaling. But, you know, they know that they're going to run the football downhill. The Pahokee coaches next door are saying they're running the ball. We know that, but they just got to get enough guys around the line of scrimmage to stop them.
3rd and 3. Donia the carry. Left side, broken tackle. HSS first down. Getting towards the 5 and gets brought down at the 5-yard line. 1st and goal for Cardinal Newman after that HSS first down carry from Phoenix Donia. So Donia essentially gets Cardinal Newman into Phoenix Donia territory, because when you've got goal to go, 5-yard and in, he's been touching the football almost every time.
Yeah, you can't blame them. They know they can run the football. You've got to run blitz here on the early downs to try to get them, you know, to slow him down a little bit at least, because they got to get enough guys around the ball to rally to stop this running back.
Hewley claps his hands. Movement in the trenches. It's a false start against Cardinal Newman, going from 1st and goal from the 5 to 1st and goal from the 10. 7:50 to play in the third quarter. Newman with their first drive for either team in this second half. 14-10, Newman on top of Pahokee here live on ESPN 106.3 audibly and visually. Watch the game on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Press coverage at the bottom of the screen. It's a handoff. Donia, right side, hurdles the defender and is in the end zone. 4-6. 3 for Phoenix. Touchdown Cardinal Newman, brought to you by Racetrack. Makes it 20-10. Cardinal Newman with a point after pending.
You know, at some point in the game when these running backs from Newman start to wear on you, guys go to grabbing, right? They're trying to tackle ankles. You won't ever tackle these running backs that way. They're too athletic, too physical. You got to get hurt. You got to keep your head up and see what you hit. That's the advice I'd give to the Pahokee Blue Devils defenders.
They try to go low on Donia at like the 4-yard line, and he took flight. 7:30 reads the clock in this third quarter. Here's the point after. Jack Daniels' bunch is going to kick it. High snap. It goes over the kicker's head. Ball's loose, and it gets scooped up by Pahokee. And they're going to call him down at the 30. A no-good point after keeps the score at 20-10. Coach, in Florida high school ball, can you return a point after?
Yeah, had he scooped that, he could have scored 2 points going the other way, but now we see why they weren't kicking the ball.
And you know what's funny, Coach? We were, during the halftime break, while Colin Russo was keeping you updated on scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, we were watching Cardinal Newman's kicker bang ones from 40.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, you know, he looks fine. Right. And, well, maybe that it takes 3 different guys to, it takes 11 guys to have a good field goal or a good point after. And it might be a problem with the snap, which is why they weren't attempting them earlier on. But that was then, this is now. Newman's point after is no good on the high long snap. 20-10 the score. Newman on top of Pahokee, but the Blue Devils will get the football back for the first time in this second half. Down by 10 with 7:30 to play in the third quarter. A methodical drive there from Cardinal Newman that was not too many home run plays, just running the dang ball. After this kickoff, we'll pause for station identification. And it's kicked deep at the goal line. It's caught, and fair caught at that, a touchback, as Pahokee will start at their own 20-yard line, down by 10. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. 20-10, Newman on top, Pahokee ball.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Pahokee here on ESPN 1063 for the first time in 2025. The impression they've made up here is a lot of speed again. A couple of big pass plays, but relentlessness on defense. Sometimes you get outmanned and overpowered. That just happened on the last drive on defense. We'll see what they can do on offense with 7:30 to play in the third quarter. Mitchell at quarterback motions out his running back to the left side. Empty set. Steps up in the pocket after pressure, now tucks it and runs it across the line of scrimmage and slides down for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5. Now coming up for the Pahokee offense. Line to gain is the 30.
That's going to be the difference. Can the Blue Devils answer? Because, again, Newman's averaging 43 points a game, so they're going to score. You're not going to stop them all night from scoring. But can you keep pace? And if you can, you got to go down and score here, and you got to play defense. You got to be able to tackle Felix Dunja, because he's going to run you over all night long if you don't find a way to put some pads on him.
Mitchell in the shotgun's got a receiver to the left, receiver to the right, and a tailback to his right side. They hand it off on that direction as Sam makes the carry, and he gets brought down 1 yard short of the line to gain. It's a gain of 4, 3rd down and 1. Now coming up after Arnold makes this more manageable on 3rd down. 6:30 to play in the third quarter. 10-point lead for Newman as they try to go on attack on defense. Heavy pressure, and it was a hard count. The ball was never snapped. It is a false start, it appears, against Pahokee. As a bunch of movement at the line, but the ball was just sitting there on the ground, never was actually snapped. And it will be 3rd down and 6 now. Move the football to the 24. Line to gain is the 30. Pahokee has found the end zone once. It was their first drive of the game. They kicked a field goal on their last drive of the first half. Motion over the receiver on the left side to the right. Now pumping that direction, Mitchell, but this play is blown dead. And we're going to have another false start against Pahokee. What was once a 3rd and 1 is now a 3rd and 11 after 2 false starts to back up the Blue Devil offense at an official's timeout. Brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost for a hydration break. And that's just back-breaking mental errors that time, Coach.
Yeah, because, again, in the first half, both teams played pretty clean. I counted 5 flags in the first half. But what has happened is when you bring a receiver in motion, if he simulates the start of a play going toward the line of scrimmage, they're going to throw the flag every time. So what I mean by that, if he turns his shoulders as if he's going up the field, they're going to throw a flag. And that's what Pahokee just hurt himself, self-inflicted.
It's okay in Canada. It's not okay in the U.S. of A. One of the wonderful supporters of high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. As a matter of fact, they've got a bunch of players from the local area stay in Palm Beach County. It's the Kaiser Seahawks. They're all about championships, both on the field and in the classroom. 26 red banners. That's for national championships. They don't give out those willy-nilly. They're well-rounded as an athletic program. The men's tennis team won their first ever NAIA title last spring, and their men's lacrosse team capped off a three-peat. Join me tomorrow, 3 o'clock in West Palm Beach, where Kaiser opens up their home season, 3 o'clock versus Bethel College. Get the latest on championship Kaiser Seahawk athletics at KUSeahawks.com. Mitchell steps up in the pocket, rolls to his left on 3rd and 11, tucks it, runs it across the line of scrimmage, and only gains about 4 yards. Not nearly enough to move the chains for an HSS first down, and instead it'll be 4th down and 7. As that Pahokee drive looked promising to start, but it gets hindered by the false starts offended by their line.
Yeah, just too many penalties on that drive for the Blue Devils. You're Mitchell, you got to be looking down the field to let the football go, because 3rd and 11 is going to be kind of difficult to run for that each time. So got to get these guys down the field in his vision so he can see them in order to have some success throwing the football.
There's an injured Cardinal Newman Crusader. We will step aside on this injury timeout, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Halfway through the 3rd quarter, 20-10. Newman on top of Pahokee, live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault, it's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today for only $79 a month. Visit Culligan.com for more information, or just say,
Hey, Culligan man!
It's a punt from Pahokee on 4th and 7, and it's a good snap. The catch is fine. It's fair caught at the 49-yard line, just behind midfield. So Cardinal Newman will get the football back. They already lead by 10, and they're trying to put some distance between themselves and the home team, Pahokee Blue Devils, here at Anquan Boldin Stadium. 5:23 to play in the 3rd quarter. Of course, Anquan Boldin, a former Pahokee Blue Devil coach in years. Coach, did you ever play up against him, or were you coaching the area when he was in high school?
I did not. I was coaching on JV when he was here. One of the best players to ever come out of Palm Beach County, but a name that sticks out in my head, and a lot of people still mention that name to this day, is Ricky Jackson, the other Hall of Famer from Palm Beach County. Devin Hester being the one from Riviera Beach, and then Ricky Jackson from Pahokee. So, and don't forget Janoris Jenkins. He's also a cornerback that played for many, many years in the NFL. Some great players have come out of Pahokee High School.
So they'll spot that football at the 50-yard line and then give a penalty against Pahokee. It looks like they had 12 men on the field again. And to start a drive, that's borderline inexcusable. 1st and 5. It's a handoff to Dunya right up the middle. He gains the 5 needed for an HSS first down. And they'll spot that football at the 40 to move the chains. Brought to you by HSS. 5:16 to play in the 3rd quarter. Newman with the ball, with momentum, and they have a 10-point lead.
Well, those same runs that were 2 and 3 yards in the first half are now 10-yard runs, because you start to wear a defense down. Guys start to get a little humiliated when you're running downhill at them. Newman has said, listen, we've had 11 plays here in the second half. 10 of those plays have been runs.
So if it ain't broke, they're probably not going to fix it. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Donia the carry on the right side now. He gets 5 yards, he gets 9 yards, and he gets brought down close to the line to gain. At the 31-yard line is where they'll spot him. A 9-yard gain on 1st and 10. 2nd and 1 now coming up for the Crusader offense.
That's a good problem to have. You got 2 running backs that can tote the load. Dunger's gotten most of the carries. I'll see Sumter at some point get some carries, but they're a very good football team up front. They're very physical.
2nd and 1. Hewley in the shotgun. Those 2 running backs are flanking his either side. Donia gets the football again. Donia gets the HSS first down, dragging tacklers to the 20, and it gets brought down at the 21-yard line.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over...
Back here live on ESPN 106.3. 3:40 to play in this third quarter. A fumble gives Pahokee the football back on their own 15-yard line. Man brought in motion. Mitchell, the quarterback in the shotgun for the Blue Devils. Runs it left side. It's a carry from the running back. And he gets brought down 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. The carry that time was made, it looks like Kamari Foreman got the ball. I'm not sure when our connection dropped out, but what happened was Phoenix Donia got a first down. And once he had eyes for the end zone, he got stripped. The ball got loose, and right where they needed to be were the Pahokee Blue Devils to pick it back up, 20-10. Pahokee trails by 10, and the Pahokee Blue Devils will now get 5 yards due to a defensive pre-snap penalty from 2nd and 7 to 2nd and 2. Now for the Pahokee Blue Devil offense.
Well, you got to be happy for the Blue Devils because they're creating these opportunities. Again, Newman has been pounding them here in the second half, but all of a sudden, you get a turnover, the momentum flips back to the side of Pahokee. Got to find a way to finish this drive.
2nd and 2. For the Blue Devils, under 3 to play in the third quarter. It's another carry. Up the middle, Foreman tries to get to the line of scrimmage, or the line to gain, pardon, and he gets stopped a little bit short. Needed 2, got 1. It's 3rd down and 1. Carry that time was actually by Samuel Arnold. I beg your pardon. 3rd and 1. Bunch set, and now a flag comes out, a pre-snap penalty, early movement against Pahokee. It feels like we were just at this moment where Pahokee was on their own half of the field, had 3rd and 1. It might have been the same exact actual spot on the field at the 24-yard line. And they back up 5 yards due to a mental mistake, a pre-snap penalty. 3rd down and 6 now. Ball at the 19, line to gain is the 25. 10-point lead for Newman. Pahokee with the football trying to cut into that with this drive as Mitchell drops back to pass. Pressure from his left side, fires it left side. At the line of scrimmage, the ball's caught, and he only gets about 3, maybe 4 yards upfield. Needed 6. He did not get the first down. It'll be 3rd down and medium. Only gained 2. Pardon me, 4th down and 4. Pahokee's going for it. This could be the game right here. It's early, but if the Blue Devils do not get this first down, Cardinal Newman with a 10-point lead has a golden opportunity. And before this snap, this 4th and 3, timeout is called by Pahokee to talk it over. Coach, it's a real gamble here early. Do you agree with going for it on 4th down and short from your own 23?
The only thing I would do here, if my quarterback is athletic enough, I'm going to let him catch the ball and just punt it out on one step so they don't get a return. No, I'm not going to go for it here that far down in my territory on 4th down. This is too much football to play.
1:35 reads the clock in the third quarter. Again, 1:35 remaining in the third quarter. Cardinal Newman leads 20-10, and Pahokee at home. Big crowd here at Anquan Bolden Stadium. Pahokee has the football, trying to inject some life into the crowd. They got a big turnover. Phoenix Donia fumble inside the 10-yard line. That gave the football back to the Blue Devils, where Newman is really running the ball down their throat on back-to-back drives to enter this second half. So we'll see if it's a pooch punt or if it's a legitimate attempt to convert on 4th down for Pahokee. Miscommunication by the Blue Devils sideline and then fellows that are on the field. But no flag. In shotgun, Mitchell motions over a man, claps his hands, takes a snap, looks to run it, quarterback keeper, and he gets ripped down. No good on the 4th down attempt. It's a turnover on downs. Newman gets the football back with golden field position, knocking on the door of the red zone.
It's a little frustrating for me because I know you're not going to get that. I mean, you've got to punt that football, give your team a chance. Tough one. With the Blue Devils.
Newman gets the football back at the 22-yard line. 1st and 10, Newman. You got to imagine it's a return to the ground game for the Crusaders dressed in all gold. Hewley. Looks like he's going to set up in the pistol for, I think, the first time tonight. Donia directly behind him. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Takes a snap. It's a handoff to Donia right up the middle on a dive. And he gains 2 yards to the 20-yard line. 2nd down and 8.
17 plays, 16 runs. I mean, I think they're making a statement here in the second half. And that's what you do when you have a running football team. They have speed on the outside. They can throw the ball down the field. But when you find something in the defense where there's a weakness, you try to exploit it.
1 minute remains in the 3rd quarter. Stick around for the quarter break where Colin Russo will keep you updated on scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Hewley with a hard count, claps his hands several times. No one from Pahokee's side jumps, so he looks to the sideline and gets a different order from head coach Jack Daniels. Ball at the 20-yard line, line to gains the 12, 2nd and 8. Hewley running to his right side. Quarterback run on the right. Breaks 1 tackle and gets ushered out of bounds short of the line to gain. Gains maybe 5 yards on that 2nd and 8 designed quarterback carry. We'll wait for the official ruling.
Brings up 3rd down.
They'll spot the football at the 16. Line to gain is the 12. 3rd down and 4. Actually, a little bit less than that, excuse me. 3rd down and medium for Cardinal Newman. 2 receivers left. Up back on the right side. Hewley hands it off. Sumter on the carry. Up the middle. It does not get anything that time. 4th down now and about 3.5.
Okay, brings up 4th down. Let's make some noise.
Coach, you're rolling your hand. You think they're just going to run that same play again?
No, they're going to run it. I don't know which play they'll run, but if it's me, I'm feeling my running backs are untouched until they get 4 or 5 yards down the field. We'll do it in the 4th quarter, but I'm still going to run the football. They got to show me they can stop me.
Well, they'll have some time to think about it. This is the end of the 3rd quarter on ESPN 106.3, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Newman 20, Pahokee 10. 4th and 3 coming up for Newman. They've got the football at the 15-yard line in plus territory in the red zone. But first, we'll send it back to the Evan Cohen studios where Colin Russo's got an update from Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast.
Thank you, Christian. Happy to pick it up. Vero Beach is up over Centennial 24-0. Last we saw in the 3rd quarter. West Boca final score against Seminole Ridge 42-0 in that one. Atlantic is up big over Blanche Ely. That is 34-0. Glade Central up over Moore Haven 32-6 is the score there. Martin County last we saw was 29 and Westwood was 6. Jupiter Christian was up over Foundation. That was 34-14. Palm Beach Central was losing actually to Santa Lucius. They're 21-14. Santa Lucia's up over Palm Beach Central. Boca Raton up over Lake Worth, 19-7. Fort Pierce Central up over Tradition Prep, 36-6. And lastly, South Fork was up over Legacy, 21-0. There's your 3rd quarter update. Christian, back to you.
Back here live at the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball Buys and Prather. We're live at the Muck at Anquan Bolden Stadium, and we enter the 4th quarter. 4th and 3 coming up for Newman. In the shotgun, Hewley's got 2 receivers to his left. Couple of tight ends to the right side. Pahokee looking for a big stop. Newman's been here several times in this second half. They've converted 1 touchdown and fumbled on the other possession. Hewley takes a snap, fakes a handoff, throws it, end zone, got it, touchdown! A tight end dump across the middle of the field. Newman's been running the ball, and when they needed it most, they pull the string, play action pass, Ty Kirkpatrick for a racetrack touchdown, and the Crusaders extend their lead to 16 with a point after pending.
Well, you know, when they start to sneak up toward the line of scrimmage, all the safeties, everybody's going to sell out. You got to call it. You got to throw it down the middle of the field. Great call there, great adjustment by the Crusaders, knowing that Pahokee is going to sell out on that fourth down.
Kirkpatrick on the touchdown catch. Just leaked into a vacated second level of Pahokee and didn't have anyone within 5 yards of him. And it's hard to really blame Pahokee in that moment. Like when Donia's getting 3 yards at ease for most of the night, you need to dedicate as many resources as possible to not allow that to happen on 4th and 3 with what feels like the game on the line. So here's the 2-point conversion attempt for Cardinal Newman. Hewley fakes the handoff, throws it across the middle on a slant route, incomplete. No good. So it remains a 2-score game. Remember that. It's 26-10. So Pahokee still keeps it a 2-score game by stopping that point after attempt. The 2-point conversion attempts. We're asking before whether or not Newman has a kicker or kick game. We kind of discovered that it's probably the long snap that is the problem, because if you have all your resources available to you, you kick that extra point 10 times out of 10 to guarantee it to be a 3-score game. But that 2-point conversion's no good. 26-10. Cardinal Newman leads over Pahokee, and Pahokee will get the football back with a lot of work to be done, and a lot of it's going to lie on the arm of Xavier Mitchell because of how much success Cardinal Newman has on the ground and how much they can just dominate the time of possession. There's no guarantee that Pahokee's going to get the football back 2 times at this rate.
Yeah, the clock's not your friend at this point. You've got to find a way for Mitchell to get the ball down the field, spread this defense out of Cardinal Newman, and see if you can exploit one of these guys. Look for a matchup and try to get somebody on the next level. It's
kicked deep by the Crusaders, and they will let it go out back of the end zone for a touchback. Donia's had 3 touchdowns for Cardinal Newman, and Ty Kirkpatrick has a touchdown catch 12 yards out, thrown by Jaron Hewley. And Hewley was a top-ranked quarterback across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on the ESPN Top 63 list. They haven't really needed too much of a Herculean effort out of him, especially in the second half. But Hewley made some great plays in the first half that turned big-time sacks and big-time losses in that first half into either gains or cutting the losses. Mitchell drops back to pass, 1st and 10 from the 20. Deep ball, near sideline on a go route. It's incomplete. Kind of stopped running was Antoine Lawrence, the junior receiver and intended target, when he looked up for the football, and then he realized, oh, I got more ground to catch up. And it nearly was honestly intercepted by Cardinal Newman, who had that play well covered over the top with safety help. It's an incomplete pass, 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line for Pahokee.
Well, they did, because they're not going to allow you to get deep, right? They're going to play 2 safeties back, so they're going to protect both halves of the field. So what you got to do if you're the Blue Devils is find those soft spots in the middle of the field.
Mitchell tucks the football down, runs it up the middle, and gains a couple on the pass play, settles for a 2 or 3 yard rush up the middle. 3rd down and 7 coming up for Pahokee. And they're hurrying up here. They know the clock can be an issue even though it's a 2-possession game. 11:20 to play in this game, but Newman can run clock when they get the ball. Mitchell takes the football, drops back to pass, pressure in his face, fires it near sideline, looking for a man, and it's incomplete, but flags come out. Sometimes an offense's best friend is an underthrown deep ball, and that's just what happened there because Cardinal Newman kept on running when the receiver of Pahokee was trying to come back to the football that was underthrown. That's contact before the football was catchable, and that is defensive pass interference. But bigger news is there an injury for Pahokee in their offensive backfield. And it is an injured Pahokee Blue Devil. We will take a break, a timeout. courtesy of Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 11:10 to play in the fourth quarter, 26-10. Cardinal Newman on top of Pahokee here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live with video on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code DOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code DOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. The injured player was Pahokee's quarterback, Xavier Mitchell, and he is walking off to the sideline with some help from his teammates. So we'll see if we'll see more of Xavier Mitchell in this game. It could be cramping. We don't want to speculate. Here comes Pahokee back on offense after the defensive pass interference gave them a first down. Ball at the 37 on their own half of the field. Direct snap. It's a Wildcat run. Left side. There goes Sam. Arnold on the carry, but this one might be coming back depending on the result of the penalty flag that was thrown. That was a Wildcat run to the left side from Samuel Arnold, and now there is a down Cardinal Newman Crusader. It was a gain of around 8 or so yards, and I don't know if they officially called an injury timeout or not, because now the coaches and the staff of Cardinal Newman are being waved back to the sideline as the momentarily hindered Cardinal Newman Crusader was popped back to his feet. A sideline warning was called against Cardinal Newman. That's tough to swallow if you're a Crusaders fan, because, I mean, what else are you going to do if you're a coach or a trainer when you see one of your guys down in the field from that far away? I think you're going to instinctively jog back to the field.
Well, they got to wait until they call the timeout for the injury because they're on the field. They were like 5 yards on the field, and that prohibits the referee from seeing what he needs to see out there, so he threw the flag for 15 yards.
So Pahokee gets a little bit of a break there. They move the football all the way up to the 38-yard line. In plus territory. 1st and 10, Pahokee Blue Devil offense. In the shotguns, Arnold. 2 receivers right. It's on the Wildcat snap. Run it up the middle. And he gets to the 45-yard line, a gain of 3 on 1st and 10. 2nd and 7 coming up. 10:45 remain in this game. 26-10. Newman has the lead. Pahokee has the football. And here comes quarterback Xavier Mitchell back in the football game for the Blue Devils. Quarterback took a couple of snaps off due to injury, and he's back to try to lead a Blue Devil comeback. 2nd down and 7 in the shotgun. Mitchell with 2 receivers right, lone receiver left, takes a snap, play action pass, steps up in the pocket, now tucks it, now throws it right side, caught! HSS first down and knocked out of bounds at the 20-yard line. How about that conversion by Mitchell on his first play back in the game? Field vision, never gave up on throwing the football, something we talked about in the first half.
Yeah, keeping his eyes down the field, not running to run, but running to throw the football. And that helps your offense because there are already guys down the field 15, 20 yards. You got to put the ball on him as he did on that play.
1st and 10, Pahokee. from the 20-yard line there in the red zone. Mitchell takes a snap, drops back across the middle. Jump ball deflected, incomplete. If that ball was maybe 1 yard deeper, it could be a touchdown. A big hit was laid on quarterback Mitchell, and a flag comes out. Mitchell pops up to his feet and points. He says, we're probably going to get a free first down off of that hit on the quarterback, and his prediction is likely true. So now a first down for Pahokee. From the 20-yard line, I believe that means it's half the distance to the goal.
Be a 15-yarder. The official will give you one step. You can't take two and a half steps as he did on that play. And he leveled him as he did down here. They should have called it on this end as well, but they missed it. They got it this time. The officials got it right this time.
Half the distance to the goal. First down, Pahokee. Ball at the 10. First and goal. Mitchell takes the snap in the shotgun, and he looks left. Heavy pressure, fires it, end zone, incomplete. Another hit on Mitchell. This one looks legal. Second and goal from the 10. Newman's got to be real careful there because the hit was legal, but for a second there, it looked like the quarterback hitter on defense for Newman kind of stood over them for a little bit too long. If you watched as much high school football and college football as I have, you know officials are not afraid to give a taunting penalty and a personal foul penalty. No flag came out there. Maybe a verbal warning to say easy a little bit. Second and goal from the 10. Pahokee in shotgun. 3 receivers left, and the man's put in motion from the backfield. They throw it screen pass across the middle of the field. Broken tackle, and he's tackled maybe 1 yard short of the original line of scrimmage. It'll be third down and goal from the 11. This is obviously 2 down territory. Clock reads 9:30 to play in the game.
You know, I get the concept on that slip screen because if he gets inside, he being the receiver, he's going to walk into the end zone, but you've got to force the defenders up the originally started.
Timeout called. Brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. May have been an injured play there for a second. I'm not exactly sure. I see someone walking off the field with a player on a slow pace, so I'm assuming so. Pahokee is huddled on their sideline. Cardinal Newman is already on the field, pretty much ready to play. It'll be third and goal from the 11-yard line. Pahokee has the football, down by 16. They need 2 touchdowns. Not to go. Air. 9:15 to play in the game. Running back put in motion, empty set now as Mitchell drops back to pass. It's a sack, a backbreaker. Cardinal Newman slams the door shut on that third and goal opportunity. A big tackle made behind the line of scrimmage by Michael Ludort. And it'll be fourth and goal way back to the 20-yard line. Fourth and goal here. Really, a field goal does you no good. So it's go for it goat territory for Pahokee. What are you drawing up here on fourth and goal from the 20, Coach?
It's got to be in the end zone. I mean, if it's not in the end zone, it's got to be very close to the end zone.
And before the ball snapped, a timeout is going to be called by Cardinal Newman. Of course, all timeouts on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day are presented to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. 8:23 to play in the fourth quarter. It's 26-10. Newman on top of Pahokee. We'll take a break and be right back live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121, or visit tworld.com today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
4th and goal from the 20. Pahokee needs a prayer here as Mitchell drops back to pass. Needs to get in the end zone. Fires it to the goal line. Jump ball up in the air, and it's either intercepted or incomplete. Either way, Newman gets the football back, and they're going to call it a pick. Intercepted, got his foot down in bounds, did Mosley of Cardinal Newman. And Leslie Mosley waves goodbye to the Pahokee crowd, and he gets a flag for that. It might have been, didn't necessarily see it. But 8:16 to play in the 4th quarter. Cardinal Newman gets that football back on a touchback, and an interception on the 4th and goal from the 20 heave by Pahokee.
Well, you had no choice on that but to throw it to the end zone if you're Mitchell, because it was 4th down. But the thing about it, on 3rd down, I would have liked to have seen them run some short routes, put something right in the face of the quarterback so that he can see it right now. Hopefully you could hit a guy and he's on the run and he tries to get a 1st down, but it's a little too late, I think, now for the Pahokee Blue Devils to make a comeback tonight.
Now back to the ground game, you assume, for Cardinal Newman. They will start with the football at the 10-yard line due to the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty levied on the Crusaders after the interception and the turnover. 1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line at 8:16 to play in the 4th quarter. And really, Coach, I was not exaggerating when I said there's no guarantee that Pahokee would get the football 2 times in the 4th quarter, because it's going to be run the football, run the clock, run the football, run the clock, if Donia has the success he's had so far in this second half. Hewley takes a snap, hands it off, but Donia gets just squashed at the 5-yard line. Making me eat my words was the Pahokee defensive line on that 1st and 10 carry. It's a loss of 4, 2nd down and 16.
Yeah, only 2 passes here in the second half. So, again, you knew coming out of halftime, Newman made up their mind. We're going to run the football. That's what we are. That's how we're built. We can throw it when we need to, but we're going to run the football. We're going to force them to stop us. And only on that play have they stopped them here in the second half.
7:45 to play in this 4th quarter. Newman now in an uncomfortable spot, 2nd and 14. We really have never seen them in this game behind the sticks because of those successful 1st down runs where Donia might get hit in the hole, but he oftentimes would fall forward and get some positive yardage. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right for quarterback Hewley. Takes a snap, hands the ball off, Donia up the middle, and this time Donia does fall forward. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage and gains around 4 yards. 3rd down and 10 for Cardinal Newman with 7 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Pahokee needs a stop here.
In a big way, they've got to tackle the football. First guy come in, second guy wrap it up and pull the football out. They've got to get the football back here if they want to have a chance.
Hard count, and Pahokee jumps. Offsides called against the Blue Devil D line, and it'll turn a 3rd down and 9 into a 3rd down and 4.
Offsides against the Blue Devils.
Move it up 5 yards on the early movement from the home team. Substitution for Cardinal Newman. 6:37 to play in this game. Newman with the football, Newman with the 16-point lead. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Hewley takes a snap, hands it off. No, it's a quarterback keeper. Sidestep. Another man makes miss, and then he gets bottled up 1 yard down the field for a short gain on 3rd and 4. 4th down and short coming up for Newman. We've seen Hewley tote the football a couple times, not as much as I'm accustomed to. A lot of those meshes making you have to respect either the quarterback keeping the football or one of the running backs, Sumter or Donia, and with a few times we've seen Hewley actually keep it.
Yeah, he gives you that dimension, and that's a good problem to have if you're Jack Daniels, because he can run it if he has to.
Newman's going for it. Hard count, at least it looks like first, trying to get Pahokee to jump and give them the free first down. But Hewley claps his hands. Nobody jumps. Two receivers left, tight end right, and a lone receiver to the right. Hewley looks like he's going to pooch punt it, and that is going to be the case. It's punted away, bounce at the 50, and take a good Newman roll. Roll from the 50, goes all the way to the 31-yard line. So Pahokee defense does their job that time. Finds success they have not had much of in the second half. Gives the football back to their offense, and now pedal to the metal. Systems prepare for overdrive as they're going to try to air this football out and score quickly. There is a flag on the field on that fourth down punt by Cardinal Newman. The flag is lying at the 31-yard line. A sideline warning is issued, and it's going to be issued against Pahokee. So Pahokee, it's just a warning, and Pahokee gets the football on their own 31-yard line. They're both taking the field, but we're right on that spot where you would assume it would be a hydration break and officials timeout, and that will be the case. A hydration timeout presented by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. I'm sure if you ask Vitacost if this is a great hydration timeout, they would say absolutely. Get your water in. We'll take a 30-second break and be right back here live on ESPN 106.3, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 16-point lead for Newman with 5:18 to play in the game.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Back here live at Anquan Bolden Stadium. 5:18 to play in the game. Pahokee has the football, down by 2 scores and 2 two-point conversions. 26-10. Cardinal Newman leads the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. 1st and 10 for Pahokee on their own 31. Mitchell steps up, fires it across the middle of the field. It is intercepted at the 35-yard line. A pick to likely ice it. Soaring under the ball is Khalil Gabad, and Newman gets the football back.
It's a little underthrown. If you throw it a little further, it's a huge play on that for the Blue Devils, but great defensive play as well. So you got to give credit both ways. You know, they had the right play call, but they're just a little underthrown on that play for Mitchell.
So after one play, that Newman offense gets their water and gets back onto the field with the mission objective to be the same thing, is run the football and run the clock. They get the football with pretty good field position, and 5:09 remaining in the game, and a 16-point lead for head coach Jack Daniels and the Crusaders offense. As it did look like Pahokee may have had a receiver if that ball was thrown a little bit deeper. But that was not the case. Newman makes a great play on the ball, and they turn it over. Crusaders start with the football on their own 38-yard line. 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman. Line to gain is the 48. Hewley commanding this offense. Ball on the right hash mark. In the shotgun, he's got 3 receivers to the left, lone receiver to the right, and a tailor back. Looks like it's Sumter to the left of Hewley. Sumter on the carry, gets met in the backfield. Pahokee sniffs out the first down run, and he gets dropped right at the line of scrimmage. And now we have an injured Pahokee Blue Devil on that stuff on 1st down. 2nd and 10 will be the down and distance for Cardinal Newman. A little bit of a draw play. When Cardinal Newman's running the football, they're not in that traditional I formation. It's quarterback standing side by side with running back. and then it takes a little bit longer for the running back to get going in a positive direction. And that time, Pahokee met them at the football.
Yeah, it does for Sumter because he's not seeing it, but Dungeon's running downhill. So as he comes across the quarterback, he's going right at the hole. He's pressing it, setting up the blocks. Sumter's got to see it because the blocks are there, but he's dancing. You can't dance. His defense has too much speed.
So maybe a cramp by Pahokee, and in good spirits, coming to the sideline comes Demarion Harris, the junior linebacker who contributed into that first down tackle for loss. 2nd down and 11. Now coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense. 4:57 remain here in this fourth quarter. Newman has the football, trying to bleed the clock down. They have a 16-point lead, and the football on their own 37-yard line. Line to gain is the 48 as Hewley jogs on in to communicate the play call. He's got Sumter to his right at running back. No receivers to the right. 2 receivers split out wide to the left. As Hewley lowers his hands in the shotgun, waiting for the clock to roll as far down as possible. And now they get the under 10-second signal. Hewley claps his hands it off. Sumter, left side, bouncing it off tackle across the line to gain. HSS first down. Big block. Move the chains across the 50-yard line to the 47.
First down, Crusaders.
1st and 10 for Cardinal Newman. An HSS first down to roll more clock.
And that's what he brings. Again, when he sees it, he's going to hit it hard. But thinking a little too much sometimes as a young running back. He's only a junior, and he has seen enough football, but not enough. He's going to get better as the season goes on because he has great vision, and also, as you saw on that play, great speed around the corner.
We're going to take a timeout. Be right back. Another injury timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. 4:16 remain in this game. It's 26-10. Newman with the ball, with the momentum, and with the 16-point lead. Back here on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault, it's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today for only $79 a month. Visit Culligan.com for more information, or just say,
Hey, Culligan man!
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My Sports Certified VitaCost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? VitaCost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit VitaCost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with VitaCost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
In plus territory is the Cardinal Newman offense. Newman's got the ball, and Newman's got the 16-point lead with 4:08 to play in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman. Hewley in the shotgun's got Sumter directly to his left. Waiting for that clock to roll even more, and now the official gives the hand up to the sky, indicating under 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Hewley, the veteran senior quarterback, takes a snap, hands it off. Sumter dancing around tacklers and gains about 2 to 3 yards on 1st and 10. 2nd and 8 now coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense.
I think this game turned CCAT when Newman came out in the second half and decided to enforce, hey, we're going to put pain on you all night long. You can't stop us from running. They ran 17 plays to begin the third quarter on 2 drives. 16 of those were running plays.
Can wear down a defense. You know, the home run ball is great. It gives you points quickly when it's going right, but it doesn't deplete and wear down a defense like a consistent run game can, where you've got to make 16 tackles on a drive that just won't end versus you don't have to make any tackles if it's a home run ball for 6. 2nd and 8, it's another carry. Now it's Hewley who pulls it out of the Sumter's belly, runs it, HSS first down, a little bit more, stiff arm on his feet, another big stiff arm, and now punches are thrown on the far sideline. Flags come out. Play blown dead at the 30-yard line, and Hewley was throwing hard stiff arms, and it's really far from here. We couldn't see if like the last one was when the play was blown dead or not, but it got real physical there at the end of the play, and both teams got to be careful. They have games after this. They certainly have things to lose more so than just tonight's game and ejections from tonight's game. I don't know who was necessarily in the wrong there, but it's a physical game. These guys have played each other in back-to-back years. Cardinal Newman, their next game will be at Jesuit. They're going all the way to Tampa to play next week at Jesuit High School. On the Pahokee side, Pahokee has Palm Beach Gardens coming up on the road a week from today. So if you're Pahokee, you certainly want everyone available for that game against Palm Beach Gardens. And now the officials are meeting to conversate and discuss if any more disciplinary actions are going to be levied out, if there's anyone going to be kicked out of the game, or what exactly the penalty yards is going to be like. But as it stands, it was a quarterback run from Jaron Hewley on a keeper on a mesh where he ran up the left side and got the football all the way to the 30-yard line for an HSS first down. 2:48 to play in the fourth quarter of this game.
Well, the truth is it will hurt Newman more than it will Pahokee because Hewley is your play caller. He's your guy. He's your quarterback on the field. I got to think, why is he in this late in the game? They're up by 16. Pahokee's not doing well offensively. You hope and pray if you're Newman he's not ejected out of this game because it appeared at the last minute there that he threw a punch from this angle. I'm getting younger, so I don't see as well, but it looked like a punch to me. Hopefully the officials just, give both of them a 15-yard penalty and don't eject either one of them.
Yeah, it's such a fine line, right? Because you think of a standard stiff arm, where if you did it to somebody on the street, that's assault.
Yes,
but
sir.
if you're doing this on a football field, it's a little bit different. Is that hand open? Is it closed? That might be the distinguishing factor because a stiff arm to the helmet is nothing but legal in high school football, whereas, especially when the play's over, a punch is not legal and a punishable offense. And now a conversation being had with head coach Carlos Lammons of Pahokee to tell him what exactly the lowdown is. The same with head coach Jack Daniels on the Cardinal Newman sideline.
Well, the good thing about it, the Pahokee staff, I couldn't see the Newman side, but Pahokee did a great job of keeping their kids back. So you're hearing the guys in the booth next door saying, keep them back, keep them back. That's a great job of coaching. They have control of their program, finger on the pulse, as we always say. That's a good thing, but how chippy did this get, and who's going to really pay the price for this penalty here late in the game?
It's kind of difficult. There's no speaker to the ref mic, so we don't know specific players that were ejected from the game. So we can't communicate accurately, so we'll have to do some deductive reasoning on who is no longer on the field after that first down conversion by Cardinal Newman. I'll reset things for you here for our radio audience, our ESPN South Florida app audience, if you're streaming this game audibly. It is 2:48 to play in the fourth quarter. Cardinal Newman has the football, and Cardinal Newman has a 16-point lead. It's 26-10 Crusaders. And now more conversations being had with the Pahokee sideline about whatever the situation on the reset is going to be. And, Coach, I also know that there is rules about leaving your sideline, possible ejections for just doing that, right? You want to nip it in the bud, almost like in basketball in college. If you leave the bench when there's an altercation, bang, you're out of here.
Yes, sir. And what they'll do is they have to send this film to the FHSAA as well. So they'll review it just to make certain that they got everybody. If they miss something, they'll call back later on in the week and say, listen, number 22, he also left the bench. He threw a punch. He's out as well. And if it's gross negligence where you just hit a guy and kept doing it, they're going to give you 6 games. Usually it's around 1 to 3 games on most suspensions.
We're going to take a 30-second break and be right back and tell you the situation when we have more details. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, the HSS Game of the Week, 26-10. Cardinal Newman on top of Pahokee at Anquan Bolden Stadium with 2:48 to play in the fourth quarter here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound.
Anna Jar and Levine.
Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3. It's ESPN High School Game Day. The unsportsmanlike conduct penalties were not waved off. They were offsetting on both sides, so no penalty yardage doled out at the end of that play. Cardinal Newman has the football inside the 30-yard line with 1st and 10 after the Jaron Hewley first down run. And it looks like Jaron Hewley not in the game at quarterback. Instead, for Cardinal Newman, they have their backup in, ready to try to lead this team to a win. Billy Connolly in at quarterback, with a receiver to the left, the receiver to the right, and a tailback to his left. And stoppage before this game is resumed. Delay of game's going to be called against Cardinal Newman. 2:27 to play in this fourth quarter. 26-10 is the score. Cardinal Newman has the football, and Cardinal Newman has the lead. It is Billy Connolly in that quarterback. Looks like Sumter is the running back to his left. Tight end to the left, receivers on both sides. Sumter on the carry, gets met in the backfield and gets wrapped up. Some good penetration by that Blue Devil defense there to stop Sumter. Broke right through and made a stop early.
Yeah, that's the only way you really stop these running backs. They have a lot of momentum as they go downhill, but Sumter, I think he looks a little bit more for the hole as opposed to following his blocks. Once he sees that, he makes a lot of yards after contact.
Stick around for the post-game show where Colin Russo will keep you updated on scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. He's actually going to speak to coaches that are across the area that probably won their games either yesterday or today. That's right here on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and on the radio dial at ESPN 106.3. And then the party continues on YouTube at 11 o'clock where Theo Dorsey, Kate Chumsland, Brian Arowitz will give you video highlights, recap, reaction to everything that went on under the Friday Night Lights across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. You're going to want to see the top plays from across the area. Maybe one of those will have come from tonight's game. It's a carry that goes up the middle for very little gain for Cardinal Newman. 3rd down and long coming up, but that's not the enemy of Pahokee. It is the clock, and the clock is trickling under 1 minute to play in the game, and it will be snapped with under 60 seconds to play in this game. 3rd down and long, line to gain is all the way up to the 16-yard line. The ball is going to be snapped from the 33. 26-10 the score. Newman purely academic for the rest of this one. As a formality, as Connolly hands it off, Sumter breaks a tackle in the backfield, breaks a second, is going backward rather than forward, now going east to west, breaks another tackle, now he's got space across the 15-yard line and brought out of bounds short of the 10. What a carry that time from Sumter, who stiff-armed not one, not two, but 3 different Pahokee defenders in the backfield, and I'm talking 10 yards in the offensive backfield. The play was supposed to go to the left. He eventually reverse fields, goes to the right. It almost looked like a punt return rather than a 3rd and long run. He gets a big HSS first down, and the clock stops at 32 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. And here is victory formation for the Cardinal Newman Crusaders. They'll take a knee on this one and take the win over Pahokee, 26-10. A massive win for head coach Jack Daniels, coming out to the muck, getting the win, facing a little bit of adversity early, but prevailing on the other side. Cardinal Newman improves to 3-1 on the season. Pahokee suffers their first loss of the season. We'll wrap it up next here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3, wrapping things up for the postgame show. I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside the coach Jimmy Bell for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. Cardinal Newman came on the road, rebounded, and got a win after beating Benjamin last week. They beat Pahokee 26-10. The Blue Devils found the end zone on the first drive of the game and never were quite able to do it again and mount a drive to find the end zone for 6. Again, 26-10 the score. Cardinal Newman gets the win over Pahokee on the HSS Game of the Week. Couple of housekeeping matters to take care of. The Duffy's MVP of the game. It's really tough to choose anyone besides Phoenix Donia. The transfer over from Benjamin was breaking tackles left and right, showed off his hands on the first drive of the game, and he found the end zone 3 times out of the 4 touchdowns scored by Cardinal Newman en route to a Crusaders win.
Yeah, it's been a huge night for this offensive line of Newman. They don't get enough credit sometimes, but just to open up those gaping holes against this Pahokee defense, you knew that they would neutralize their speed if they could run downhill, and that's just what they did. They made up in their mind in the second half. We're going to go downhill. We're running the football 17 plays, 16 of those plays run.
And now the look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl. As a reminder, you know the Boca Bowl is coming up December 23rd, 2 o'clock kickoff. You should set your holiday plans around it, because there is not a more fun, family-friendly, and downright good time than the Boca Bowl when it comes to Flagler Credit Union Stadium on the campus of FAU on December 23rd, kickoff at 2 p.m. We'll look ahead for what Cardinal Newman has coming up next. They will go on the road at Jesuit on September 19th, Friday night. Then they'll take on Goldman out of Miami. They'll also be on the road at Goldman High School. And then they'll hit the road once again, go to Melbourne Central Catholic in Melbourne, Florida. It's a bit of a hike. And then they will return home for a really fun one against West Boca. If I were to predict where we're going to be on October 17th, I might predict we'll be at West Boca for that fun, or we'll be at Cardinal Newman when they play host to West Boca. And the look ahead presented by the Boca Raton Bowl will continue. We look at Pahokee's future schedule. They're on the road at Palm Beach Gardens next week, and then they're home versus Lake Worth. 1 week from then, it's at Forest Hill, and then they're home against Vero Beach. That's your look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, and that will wrap up this HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, and HSS. For the coach Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. That has been a Cardinal Newman 26-10 win over Pahokee here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Colin Russo will take it from here next on ESPN 106.3.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Putting the ball behind the keeper takes lots and lots and lots of tireless work that leads to something brilliant. It's the same with PNC Bank. They take a smart, practical approach with your money so you can score brilliant financial goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud banking sponsor of Inter-Miami CF radio broadcasts. Visit pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Miami Dolphins football is back at Hard Rock Stadium. The party starts the second you hit the lot and doesn't stop till the final whistle. There's nothing like experiencing Dolphins football live. Single game tickets are on sale now with options for every budget, from the 300 level to our luxury offerings. Turn Sundays into something unforgettable. Secure your seats today. Visit MiamiDolphins.com/tickets and get ready for game day.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
That closes out our HSS game of the week. Back to the studio we go. A 26-10 final. Cardinal Newman took it over Pahokee today. A battle between top fives in the ESPN West Palm rankings. Cardinal Newman is sitting at number 2, winning pretty handedly over Pahokee, 26-10. A little tempers flaring as we got closer to the end of the game, but we got you up until 11 p.m. It's Colin Russo and Damian Perez with the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, still streaming on our ESPN Top 63 YouTube and Twitter. Hope everybody enjoyed the game. What we have now are a bunch of score updates from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area, and we're going to hear from a couple coaches who have coached either yesterday or today, waiting a couple names that are going to be popping into the hat. Should be a lot of fun as we got you for the next about an hour and 45 minutes. Again, our HSS Game of the Week final, 26-10. Before we get to the other scores, first, listen, you're going to go home tonight. You're going to lather, you're going to rinse, moisturize, repeat. At this point, you're basically training for the shower Olympics because, who doesn't shower 2 times a day, especially in this heat? Of course, but here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault. It's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. If you notice that, well, it's time to do something about it. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. You could upgrade your shower system today. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no interest, no payments with Culligan water. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say, hold on. Hey, Culligan man. It's my favorite thing in the world to do. Hey, Culligan man. Nonetheless, we got a bunch of high school score updates from throughout Palm Beach County. And, of course, we'll start with what has been final. Martin County, final score over Fort Pierce Westwood, a 43-6 final there. Jensen Beach won very easy over Sebastian River. That was a 53-0 final. Atlantic won over Blanche Ely. Hopefully we'll talk to Coach Jamel Murray here momentarily. 47-0 is the final score in that one. 47-0 Atlantic over Blanche Ely. A final score for Boca Raton was 35-14 over Lake Worth. 35-14 was the final there. West Boca won easy over Seminole Ridge, 42-0. Those are some of the finals we have. And on top of that, the finals we're waiting for are as follows. The number 1 team who took the number 1 spot this week from West Boca was Vero Beach. They're winning over Centennial 31-0. Glade Central was winning over Moorhaven last we saw. It was 39-6. Jupiter Christian was a final score. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Baz momentarily. 47-28 was the final over Foundation. And 21-21 was the score between Palm Beach Central and Santa Lucia's. I turn around every 5 seconds, and Palm Beach Central's in basically a classic. So talk about a schedule. Those guys do not play around with their schedule. 21-21, Palm Beach Central and Santa Lucia's. Coach Clavijo and Thompson going head-to-head. And, of course, you had our final score in the 35-14 Boca Raton Lake Worth. And, Vero Beach was 38. Centennial was 0. So a little update there. South Fork is up over Legacy. 35-0 is the score there. Fort Pierce Central over Tradition Prep. 50-6. 50-6. So a lot of high-scoring, high-flying games tonight and a lot of blowouts on this front in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. Of course, if you missed any of our coverage, you could catch it on our Instagram at ESPN West Palm and on our Twitter at ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63. We have a full catalog of coach interviews, which you could catch over on your Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. It is your spot to hear from all the coaches, any sport throughout the Palm Beach County area. We've talked to everybody, and we've been doing it consistently, so you could catch that there. Momentarily, we'll hear from the coach of Royal Palm. You want to talk about Royal Palm, a team that has sort of burst onto the scene here. They kind of was that young team that sort of got their footing last year with Chuck Kenyon. Chuck Kenyon leaves. They promote Sam Curry from within. And all of a sudden, Royal Palm is blazing through the path here of some of the top teams in the Palm Beach County area. They are 4-0, and they haven't given up a point yet this year. They basically outscored their opponents nearly 200-0. I believe it's like 195-0 through 4 games. Now, you might say something about the schedule, and there might be not playing the toughest of opponents possible. But still, 195-0 is 195-0. I mean, geez, at a certain point, we got to give them a little bit of credit. And I talked to Coach Sam Curry, who talked about taking over that program and some of the expectations that resided with that. He was an interesting interview, and we're looking forward to talk to him right here momentarily. Take a listen to Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm Beach, sitting at 4-0. They had a 51-0 win over Dwyer last night, and here's what he had to say about it. Colin Russo rolling on here with our Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We roll on here from the City Play Studios, and we're welcoming in the head coach of the Royal Palm Beach head football team. We got the head coach, Sam Curry, with us now. Coach Curry, appreciate the time, sitting at 4-0. You had a 51-0 win over Dwyer yesterday. How are we feeling? What's going on?
feeling great. I'm feeling real great. I'm pleased with the results from last night with the boys and how they played. They was real locked in, and they was focused. And that's what we were trying to get the kids. Even though like there's been a lot of like lopsided games, we trying to keep them focused and worry about what we can do to get better in every game we play in.
And, Coach, you played on a Thursday game at Dwyer. You get to the weekend early. Do you like playing the earlier slated games earlier in the week to give the guys a longer rest period towards the end, or do you tend to favor the Friday Night Lights?
I love the Friday Night Lights. It's not like Friday Night Light. I'm very traditional in that. But and Thursday night we have a short week, and with the weather that we have in Florida and Palm Beach County in general, it gives us a short time to plan for the opponents. Because like the Dwyer game, we only had really one practice.
Oh, wow. Really? Because it was the rain comes in. That's when you guys need to practice. So what do you guys do an alternative? Do you just do indoor stuff?
So we really don't have no indoor facility or anything like that. And with the different sports that we have going on.
Right.
And we had like 3 volleyball games last week. So we couldn't do inside. So the only thing we could do was film study or lift weights or just walk through something in the cafeteria. So we really didn't have any practice besides that Tuesday practice. But that Tuesday practice was so intense, and the guys were locked in. It was a great practice. Probably one of the best practices we had all fall.
And, Coach, you're sitting at 4-0. You guys haven't given up a point all year in the regular season. Coming into the Dwyer game, coming off of one game of practice, or one practice, I should say, on Tuesday, how do you think the guys responded to that? I mean, coming out, they were probably itching to get out in the field and start hitting some people, right?
They was itchy. They were real. They were ready. So they were locked in because the Wire escaped us last year and beat us because of the same thing. Like we didn't practice not one time we played the Wire, and we lost to them 21-7. And I think it was Riva or On 3 had like some prediction, and they had us losing to Dwyer again. So my boys circled that game, and they really, really wanted that game because they wanted that bite back. What the kids say now. So they wanted to get back. So they was locked in from the get-go. When we got there, they was locked in. They were focused. They were just ready. So it was a big moment for them, a big game for them because they really wanted to play Dwyer and show them that last year was a fluke and this year we meant business.
And, Coach, 4-0 on the year. Dwyer drops to 0-4 on that regard as well. But you guys have been nothing short of lopsided affairs to this point. You mentioned you got to keep the guys focused. And it's tricky to keep the guys focused when you're not necessarily haven't had a back-and-forth affair yet throughout to this point of the season. What have you done to make sure the guys stay focused? And, you're playing a couple blowouts. I mean, you don't want guys to, I hate to say the word bored, but when it's 51-0, it's hard to keep the guys focused. How do you do it?
So we do it by, like I said, focus on us, focus on the outcome of what we do. Not more about what the team is doing. Like I tell the guys every day, we're playing against ourselves in any game. So we got to stay focused. We got to do what's right because you never know who's looking. You take a playoff, a college scout may be looking. Someone may be looking at you that probably trying to recruit you. So you don't want to take no plays off. So the guys have been real locked in, and we've been preaching this since summer practice about being 100% locked in and focused and making sure that we stay on our path. And what we're trying to do is stack the days, stack the games, and make sure that we do everything the correct way. And so that's how we've been keeping them focused, just talking to them and keeping them motivated.
And, Coach, to this point, about a month into the season, since the games have started about 3-4 weeks, coming in to the regular season, even through the kickoff classics and everything like that, did you expect the team to come out this hot in terms of outscoring your opponents by about 200-0, give or take? I mean, did you expect this type of lopsidedness, or did you expect there to be growing pains?
Honestly, I told them I wanted it to be 210-0 by the time we play County. So I did expect it because I know the team that we were bringing in. I knew the ability of the players that we're bringing in and the coaching staff that we're bringing in. We brought in a lot of new coaches and a lot of coaches that had great experience, either on the youth level or high school level. So them guys are real great, and they mesh real good with their positions. And I can sit back and just be a CEO and just look at things and manage things, go to this position, and oversee everything more than anything because the coaching staff is so amazing that we have. And they communicate together a lot. They watch a lot of film. So we expected this. a lot. We expected this. A lot of people didn't expect this, but we expected that because of the caliber of players we brought in, the system that we're running, the defense that we're running. We expected this. And we've been, like, honestly preparing for the county since summer in West Boca. So, you know, we expected this result in the first 4 games. So we just had to just manage our expectation and not let the kids play down. That's been the hardest thing, making sure they don't play down.
Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm Beach joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, sitting at 4-0, a 51-0 win over Dwyer last night on Thursday Night Football. Coach Curry, you mentioned your coaching staff and the guys you brought in. This is your first year as the head coach over at Royal Palm Beach. But one thing you said that is interesting is you were the CEO, right? You're the oversight. You're the head of the business, and you got to make sure that everybody else underneath you, you delegate. Make sure that they don't do their job, whether it be with the coaches in certain position groups. Is that something that comes easy to you, or did you trust your coaches that much that early that you were able to sort of be the CEO and just be the oversight, not necessarily have your hand in every jar?
So this is my first time being a high school head coach for football, but I've been a youth football head coach. I've been over a youth football organization where I have been over like 100 coaches. I did high school flag football for a couple of years, made it state, and that won Coach of the Year and that. And then I also did high school volleyball. So I'm used to putting coaches together. And one thing I believe in having guys that you can trust. And if you're going to hire them when you go through the interview, you got to make sure you can trust them. So I believe in delegating responsibility to my coaches, and I don't oversee as far as like extend myself, because that's how you get drained out. So, you know, I really delegate a lot of things to my coaches because I believe in them. I believe in they're capable of doing what I want them to do. I just tell them my vision, and then they make it work. And it's been great talking to them and getting them to realize their potential. I got a couple guys that want to see themselves a head coach in the future. So, you know, I delegate a lot to them and make sure that everything's running smoothly. And it's been going great, man. Like I said, I got a great group of coaches, high-energy guys. Some of them talk too much trash, but they high energy, they love the kids, and the kids can relate to them. And we got a good mix of coaches from age to youth to age to a good group.
And, Coach, that came easy to you in terms of allowing these guys to do their thing, and you understand that you have different types of coaches with different types of vibes, skill sets. That came easy to you to kind of let them do their thing?
Yes, it came easy to me. It came easy to let them do their thing. Because, like I said, some of the guys I've been with for a minute, like I knew them in like different venues. Avenues. When I say that, when I like some of them coached with my youth football, some of them may have did a different coaching job with me, and then I brought in 2 or 3 guys that I didn't know, but like soon they came in, I interviewed them, and we gelled good, and they got a lot of knowledge, a lot of coaching knowledge. So it came easy to trust them. Like I said, I just go over there, I give my input, I talk to them, I tell them what I want, and then we talk a lot. We talk on the phone a lot. We got a group chat. We do Zoom meeting, Google Meets. And like I told them, I don't want football to take over their life. I want them to be able to enjoy their family and have fun doing it. Because, you know, we can be stressed. So I believe in having fun and being a fun coach with my coaches. But we're very structured when it comes to the players.
And, Coach, your first year being the head coach of this very football team, and, of course, you have experience being head coaches at different levels. What have you noticed to the early part through 4 weeks, through a couple months since taking over at Royal Palm? What have you noticed about the community, about the guys, the team you inherited, how it kind of works in the community side of things with Royal Palm?
Well, we're trying to get the community back involved. So we're starting to get a lot of fans in the stands now. So, you know, that's the main thing. And then reaching out to the community leaders, getting the mayor involved and different things like that. And then have a relationship with different business in the community. So we're trying to get the community involved. I see a lot of we had a home game, our first home game. And a lot of the fans, a lot of the people that actually graduated from Royal Palm was saying, like, we ain't see these stands like this in a long time. They're very excited about it. And then we're getting random posts on Facebook and et cetera about how the football team is doing great. And I think it's great for the community to bring it back to our Friday Night Lights back at Royal Palm and having the alums come and celebrate with the kids. And that's another thing. I brought in like two coaches that actually graduated from Royal Palm. I brought in a scrimmage conditioning coach. He graduated from Royal Palm. My O-line coach, he graduated from Royal Palm. So, I'm trying to get more people from Royal Palm involved with it. And I just want to create that family atmosphere for everybody.
And, Coach, you've noticed that growing, at least in the four. I mean, people got to be on notice now. You with 4-0, winning the way you guys are winning, that has got to, you spark a couple lights in the Royal Palm community that this team is for real and this team's here to stay, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. It's here to stay. And you start slow by building the right way, and we've been doing that a lot. We started last year with Coach Kenyon, who's a great mentor to me, because, I was the OC last year.
Right.
So we started with Coach Kenyon and what he built, and we just want to keep stacking upon what he built, but also bring in a new favor with my ideas and my coach's idea and the vision of our principal. We have an amazing principal. I mean, she's amazing. She loves athletic in general. She wants our Royal Palm to have a strong athletic community, and she's doing an amazing job with putting like the right people around us with the athletic administrator, Dan Snyder, my AD, Eric Patterson, who was a former coach, and then we got great people like counselors that help with NCAA clearinghouse. We have a new weight room that we're gonna open up. It's already opened up, but we're gonna do like a grand opening that one of our former alums donated, Fred Johnson, to get a new weight room. So it's a lot of new things going on with Royal Palm. I'm very excited about it. I'm thrilled to be the head coach right now because it's an exciting time. And when you have an administration like we have, man, anything is possible.
Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm Beach joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you took over for Chuck Kenyon, who, of course, took a very young team. You guys had a very successful season last year. That was one of the younger teams in the area. And, of course, you guys are still young. Getting these guys a little bit more experience, a couple, find out who your leaders are, another year in the system. Tell me about how that growth has been with the guys. I mean, what have you noticed in terms of blossoming, in terms of what parts of the team do you think have really taken steps forward from what we saw last year to this year?
So, yeah, we've been young for a minute. Like I said, 2 years ago, Coach Kenyon had inherited a great group of great freshmen from that 2027 class. And they are, like, main leaders in this growth of the new Royal that we call ourselves. They've been putting in a lot of work. And then we had some transfers. We had some senior transfers that had, man, they came in off rip and running. And they're taking these young guys under their wings, our freshmen and our sophomores. They're teaching them everything. And we have one of the most exciting sophomores in Palm Beach County, probably in South Florida, in Demetrius Gibson, number 0. He already have 5 touchdowns, I think, already, receiving touchdown already. And then we just brought in Tyreek Pearson, who got 10 touchdowns in 4 games. So we brought in a lot of good guys that are putting their handprint on the program and leading these young guys to see what the new Royal is about and how to play the game, how to be coachable. Man, they go hard in practice. They go hard in practice. Like they encourage each other and everything, and then practice is hard. And sometimes you can have people that don't want to go through it because it's so demanding that the guys are actually, like I told them, hey, a team that is led by the coach can be average, but a team that is led by a player would be great. And the players are leading.
And, Coach, do you tell your players coming into the season, of course you already know these guys, you knew who was going to be a big-time player for you, but did you know who was going to be those leaders for this year's team, or do you sort of tell them, hey, I'm looking for you to take a leadership role, to kind of pull along the young guys, be another coach, an extension of the coaching staff on the field, or do you sort of just let it happen by itself? Do you sort of just leave it open season, and who takes their leadership roles will have them?
I let it be organic. So I don't want to force no one to be a leader that don't want to be a leader, even though I think some people should be a leader, like a quarterback should be a leader. But I want them to be organic. You know what I'm saying? I want them to grow into the role. And a lot of times some people don't lead by being vocal. They more lead by my action, what I do. But some of the workouts, man, it was so grueling with my coach, Bobby, our new scrimmage condition coach that came from Royal Palm, know about Royal Palm. He lived in Royal Palm. He loved Royal Palm. He put them guys through a grueling, a tough summer workout. And then that's when the leaders start growing. We start seeing guys like number 4, Jamonte, Kimbrough, stepped up and lead the team, hyped the team up. Guys like Derek Patterson came through, number 55. He's junior, 2027 guys. So, that's how we do it. We let it be organic and by their work ethic. If you're working and you're on time, like these guys don't miss practice. I can say practice be 8 o'clock in the morning, they're gonna be there. So and the guys that don't be there, them leaders, them juniors and seniors own them. They own them and like, hey man, you gotta lock in. You can't be selfish. You gotta be focused. It's not about you, it's about the team. So them guys are focused and they got big goals. And they're not letting them win. They going one game at a time. Every week we're 0-0 in our eyes. So we're trying to be 1-0 every week.
Coach, sitting at 4-0 for Royal Palm, what part of the team, whether it be a position group or a specific player, would you say has taken really good steps forward in the right direction, even through to this point of the season, through 4 or 5 games, through about a month and a half? Who would that be to you?
Our defense. Our defense has been amazing. We switched from we was a 3-3 stack team, and then we tried to do a 4-2-5 last year, but now we're more like a 4-2-5, 4-3 defense. And at first I was worried about different position in our defense, but they done stepped up. Our D line had been doing an amazing job, but our DBs are honestly our strength. We got a lot of DBs. We can rotate heavy on the defensive backs, and then some of them can even come down and play linebacker for us. So I think our defense has been amazing. They're not allowing teams to really cross the 50. We didn't give up no yards right now, and they're doing what they're supposed to do. The teams that we're playing right now, and they're doing great. Last night, I think the White only completed 1 pass last night.
Wow, how about that? And Coach, you week by week now entering Camden County. Coming up next week, you got some tests on the docket. Of course, West Boca in a couple weeks. You got Joaquin Garcia. All right, a couple tests now. So you got through to this point of the season, 4-0. You've dominated to this point. What are you expecting now? Is the message changing now with this long week? Tell me about what you're going to be telling the guys this week.
So the message is the same. We're going to County. It's us. We got to play our game, but we know that the competition levels have risen. We know that we're not blind to it. We know that this is going to be a tough test. 4 teams from Florida came up, went up there to County. 14 left with a loss. So we're focused on the things that we can control, and that's us and what we do good. And we're trying to make sure that we stack them days in practice, work hard with our inside run games, make sure that we do everything right as far as our alignment. We'll look at some film on them. I know they got film on us. So we just want to focus on us. And like I said, every week we're 0-0. County is a great team. They're putting up a lot of points. I think they average around 38 or 40-some points a game. Their defense is amazing. Some big guys. Their linebacker is amazing. So we're just looking forward to going out there and competing and winning. We don't go in no game thinking that we're going to lose. We're thinking that we're going to win. And like I said, all summer when we saw that, because I had an opportunity to talk to Coach Chuck before he left, and I told him that we needed a tough test on the schedule. So when I saw County on Twitter asking for open it for a game, I was like, Coach Kenny, we got to get that. We need a tough test, and we need that before we play West Boca, because I seen the schedule and I knew that we needed that test. I didn't know I was going to be the head coach at the time, because I would have probably changed a lot of things on the schedule. But when I did get the opportunity to be the head coach, I was like, I'm glad we got that County game, because not only that, it teaches our kids about adversity. We're going to Georgia, so they got to get up early that Thursday. We're going Thursday morning. They go to Georgia, to Jacksonville, then we'll go to Georgia that Friday. So, they need that type of game. They need that type of game to play against a great team in West Boca. West Boca is one of the top teams in South Florida, and it's what everybody trying to reach for in Palm Beach County, just being honest with you. I think very highly of what Coach Potts has done at West Boca, and we're trying to get to that level with West Boca. So we're going in with the game plan that we can beat anybody. We're not afraid of anybody. I've never been a coach that coach scary. I want to play the best. I want to compete against the best, and those guys are part of the best. So I'm excited to play coach against County and West Boca.
Coach, last thing here before we let you go. You mentioned adversity. All right, well, for a team that you can't say has faced a ton of adversity, at least on the scoreboard to this point, what are you anticipating about learning about your team in terms of when the eventual adversity hits them? How do you expect them to react?
that's the goal. That's all known right now for this team. Last year we had a lot of adversity where we had to have 4 quarters drives and come back, and my quarterback engineered a lot of them last year. I think we had like 3 where we came back at the last minute of a game or putting the game away like Seminole Ridge. We had to put them away with a good drive. Last year we was up by Palm Beach Garden 30-some points, and Palm Beach Garden came back and took the lead by 2 points with 1 minute left in the game, and we ended up winning that game with a field goal. And then same thing with Garcia. We was beating Garcia. They came back and took the lead by 1 point. We ended up beating them by a field goal. So, I know for a fact that some of the guys that on the team can face it, but like I said, it's a lot of new faces. And that's the reason why we wanted to play these type of game to deal with that, because I want to see who gonna get back up when they get knocked down. I want to see what are my guys made of when someone can punch back. So that's what I'm hoping for, and that's why we practice so hard. That's why we did the summer workout so hard to see how these guys respond. A lot of times these guys are responding. These guys are responding no matter what we put them through. They respond. So now I want to see when they go out to a football field against a team like County, how they respond. And I tested them with Dwyer too, because Dwyer, they were talking a lot of talk. They were talking a lot of trash. They were saying what they were going to do to us, calling us Pop Warner team, and so. And I wanted to see how they did. And they responded with the best game of the season, because I thought we played terrible against Suncoast. I thought we played terrible against Port St. Lucie. But last night was the first time I seen them put a whole game together. When we didn't get stopped one time on offense, defense didn't allow them to do anything besides one big run. I think they had like a 14-yard run. That was my first time seeing this team play a full game last night against the Wire, where they actually dominate from the beginning to the end and didn't get lazy at all. Like, they was amazing. And I didn't have to, talk that much last night. They was locked in and focused. And I was like, yeah, they ready. They ready.
Coach, we'll see if they're ready. Looking forward to seeing it next week. I appreciate you giving us the time and a little bit of a background of what happened with Royal Palm in the last couple weeks here. Looking forward to talking again soon. Best of luck in Georgia next week. We'll talk next time, all right?
Thank you. Have a great night.
You got it. That's Coach Sam Curry of Royal Palm Beach. They are sitting at 4-0, had a 51-0 win over Dwyer yesterday. It's been Colin Russo. That was our Kaiser's Coach's Corner. Taking a time out here on ESPN 106.3.
Here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or BradleyAir.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith Ball, Baez & Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course, presented by HSS Florida. We're streaming live on ESPN Top 63 and also on the Twitter and the YouTube. You heard Christian Catt, of course, who took you through the game of the week, 26-10 final score, Cardinal Newman over Pahokee. A good one there. Cardinal Newman, of course, looks formidable once again. Some other scoreboard updates as we get into the conclusion of the program in the next hour. We got you up until 11. You just heard from Sam Curry, the head coach over Royal Palm. If you missed any of that, you could go listen back. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places, just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll talk to Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic High just momentarily. They had an easy one tonight. They won over Blanche Ely 47-0. And we're going to connect him through right now as we got him with us. It's the head coach over at Atlantic Football. It is Coach Jamel Murray that joins us now. Coach Murray, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. I appreciate the time today. Coach, how about you walk us through the game today? 47-0 final. Was that accurate, number one? Number two, how'd the game go?
Yeah, it is accurate. It was a good game. The kids came out and played as a team, stayed disciplined, stayed focused, and they executed tonight. So I appreciate that from the guys and the staff.
And, Coach, to this point in the season, you guys have, of course, played against a team in Georgia, Dr. Joaquin Garcia, good win last week. You got to be pleased with how the team's progressing so far, and especially after that classic kickoff classic we had about 5 weeks ago. Talk to me a little bit about the development of the team the last month, the first month, that first block of the season. What have you been really most impressed with?
Just been impressed with the kids, just taking some accountability, and the effort in practice. A lot of things that we're starting to see currently in practice, it's starting to happen in practice through the week. So that makes it a little bit better, and it's even better when we see it on Fridays. So just getting the guys to continue to practice hard and compete in practice, and what they do then, they just bring it to the field on Fridays.
Coach, going into the game today against Blanche Ely, what was the game plan? What was the kind of the goal of the game? What did you want to see, and what did you see versus what happened in the game?
We just wanted to heighten our discipline. That's what emotions, behavior, and execution. Just heighten our discipline and execute. And then I think we did that tonight, did a good job of that, and it shows. So we just have to continue that and just stay focused on what we need to do instead of the opposing program.
Coach, a couple of weeks removed from that Jonesboro game, 26-20 overtime. Talk to me about that, how that game kind of tested the team a little bit, gave them a good little litmus test. What did you learn from that game a couple weeks back?
That was a good game. It showed that our guys won't quit and they will compete, and we're going to be in those matches, and it's good to be in a game, that situation where things are happening back and forth periodically. So just said the kids will keep fighting to the end and banding together as a team and picking it up and coming away with wins.
That was a back and forth battle the whole way?
It was. At some point, yeah, we were up by 2 possessions early. We ended up having a turnover. They had a big play. Had some pretty good ball players there, so they ended up making plays, and it came to one possession, and when they ended up tying it up, and we had the overtime set up.
Coach, you got to felt pretty good, despite whether or not, to go back into your home field to play in front of that home crowd. Was that something that the team was looking forward to, that you were looking forward to? That I got to chomping at the bit to get back playing from the home crowd.
It's been a while. We've been on the road for 3 weeks, so it's good to be back home, playing in front of our town and our friends and family. Just something that we enjoy. It's always a good atmosphere here in Delray Beach. So a town that loves football. We just want to keep it going and be back in front of them again next week.
Coach, of course, we know some of the top players that you guys had. Remember Mark Hannaford and all these guys. Tell me a little bit about that senior leadership and who you've been relying upon to be some of the next step, the guys, the extension of the coaches on the field, who have been your reliable leaders through 1 month of the season.
We've been getting some guys going. Terrell Owens has been doing good, a guy that's familiar in the area, been playing a while. Jaden Polisane, Jamarian Holiday, Sean Mitchell, a lot of those offensive linemen, they've been doing a really good job. Most of them have been doing it by actions instead of vocally, because that's just the personalities that they have. But they've been doing good. And also Kimari Walcott, he drives the team. He's always been that guy for us, and he's a huge piece to put us all together.
When you get a sense that this guy could be a leader, or whether his talent just sort of forces him to be a leader because of just how good he is and how much he is a role model on the field, do you bring these guys aside and say, whether before the season, off season, maybe when they're younger, hey, I'm looking for you to kind of develop into a leader of this team. I want you to kind of string the younger guys along, be an example amongst the other guys, and also be on the same page, be in the same tone with the rest of the coaches. That's something you say to them, or do you sort of leave it open field and see who chomps at the bit?
We play it both ways. Some guys that we know that they have it in them, so we kind of guide them and just give them that opportunity. And kind of ease them into that role and also support them in that role. So just putting them in front of those other coaches and other kids and just guide them and show them that we're behind them and they're going to follow behind them as well. And then sometimes some guys just take up with it on their own. So just find the best way for each kid. It works different with each guy.
Coach Jamel Murray joining us now, head coach of Atlantic football, sitting at 4-0, have had a lopsided victory tonight over Blanche Ely, 47-0. Coach, I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. You can do this about this week, just about the first month of the season. Let's think in macro there. But what is that thing that you think the team needs to improve upon? What's the thing that you're trying to dial in practice that you saw maybe once again that, all right, we need to get much better at this? What is that to you?
Offensively, eliminating turnovers, and defensively, just getting guys off the field on third downs and being able to get the ball back in the offense hands.
And what are you doing to take steps to make sure that this is no longer going to be a problem the rest of the year?
We build those scenarios in the script. Sometimes that comes in with the practice schedule in the script. So we build that in, especially on third down days when we practice that. And then just continue to teach and develop. We have some young guys on the offense, so they'll make mistakes and they'll turn the ball over. But then again, we just drill them up and try to correct it from via film and build from there and try to eliminate it as the week goes.
Coach, obviously last year you guys had such a good team with a lot of college players that are all over the country now playing football. And, of course, you have some guys coming back, and then you have to replace some production. But through a month of the season, what would you say is different about this team comparatively to what we saw last year with Atlantic football? Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. What is sort of the comparisons and contrasts that you see between these two clubs?
I think last year we had a few guys that just really stood out. Lincoln Grau was a great quarterback, great leader for us, as well as Teddy Hoffman, DeAndre. They were good guys on that offensive side, and they were highlights walking, and these guys, they just do a lot of things together. Of course, we're going to make some big plays, but it's just a ton of guys that can make a play.
And, Coach, going into this year, month into the season, what would you say is the identity of this team comparatively, or what would you say that is now that you've seen a couple close ones and a couple blowouts? What has it been?
Fighters and finishers. Definitely fighter and finishers. We're going to fight to the end and give our best effort, and then we're just going to finish as best as we can.
And, Coach, the last couple things here. Going into the game against Norland, of course, you get a couple road tests, and then you get a couple big tests, of course, leading to West Boca towards the end of the year. But what are you looking forward to seeing in the next 5-6 games that is going to be important not only for the team to continue to see success, but for you to see progression as well?
Just seeing how we compete against those teams. We got some tough guys on the back end on the schedule, which is built that way, but just seeing how we compete against that type of talent. And we have to play that talent to go to the playoffs. So Might as well start it now.
And, Coach, to build off that, do you have any questions about this team that you're still looking to answer?
Of course, but they'll come up after we watch film and see what's what. So we'll just take it one day at a time, enjoy the night, and wake up in the morning and start for tomorrow.
And, Coach, a short week, I believe, for next week's game, a Thursday night bout. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Thursday night.
How do you view that? Do you start the week earlier? Do you do one less practice? How does that work?
Yeah, it's one less practice. We just try to fit our schemes and scenarios into a shorter week and just focus on what we need to based on the film that we see from this week.
Well, Coach, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to talking again soon. I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a background on what's happened throughout this first month of the season. Continue to wish you guys good fortune and good luck. We'll look forward to talking again soon, all right?
Thank you. See you soon.
You got it. That's Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic Football who just joined us then. Appreciate Coach Murray for giving us the time. Of course, they had a lopsided affair, 47-0 final over Blanche Ely. Atlantic, of course, who played Palm Beach Central in that great kickoff classic to kick things off in their year. Speaking of Palm Beach Central, they have a final against Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia took them down. 28-27 was the final score we got there. Santa Lucia's over Palm Beach Central. Of course, if you missed any of that, you missed any of our coverage, you could listen and follow ESPN Top 63 on YouTube. First, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by our Moss Plus by Messi. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors. They got no caffeine and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise in quality ingredients and an amazing taste. It comes in 5 sensational flavors, inspired by Messi's life, including the Miami Punch, Lemon Lime League, Berry Copa, Orange Dior, newest flavor, greatest grape as well. Purchase Moss Plus by Messi today at Walmart, or you can go to mossbymessi.com. That's mossbymessi.com. All right, going around a little bit in terms of the scoreboard updates, here's what we got for you. So, of course, I mentioned the Santa Lucia's over Palm Beach Central, 28-27. John Carroll won over Port St. Lucie. That is 48-0. American Heritage won over North Broward Prep. That was 49-24. South Fork over Legacy, 35-0 was the final score there. Fort Pierce Central won big over Tradition Prep. It was a 50-6 final. Boca Raton won over Lake Worth. That was a 34-21 final. 34-21. Is the final score we have there. Vero Beach final score over Centennial was a 37-0 final there. Jupiter Christian, we'll talk to Coach Baz Alfred momentarily. They beat Foundation Academy 47-28. So we'll talk to him momentarily. We got a Coach Rod Harris in the Martin County Tigers taking down Fort Pierce Westwood. That was 43-6. Jensen Beach won big over Sebastian River. Maybe we'll talk to head coach of Jensen Beach, Tim Caffey, momentarily as well. So stay tuned for that. That will close out most of our scoreboard updates. And, of course, we had a packed slate yesterday. If you missed anything what happened on the Thursday slate, Benjamin fell to Gulliver Prep 33-27. Royal Palm won big over Dwyer 51-0. We had Coach Sam Curry join us to talk about that game a little earlier on. Jupiter won over Spanish River 24-13. Jason Crabman winning on Thursdays. Shocker there. Palm Beach Lakes won over Park Vista. We'll hear from Coach Tamarian Moreland in a little bit. 12-3 was the final score there. Boynton Beach over Suncoast was 9-0. Joaquin Garcia back in the win column over John I, 58-0. So we'll take a time out here, and on the flip side, we'll probably hear from Coach Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian. So looking forward to talking to him. Stick around for it. We get the second hour of what we have here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day coming up next year, presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo rolling on here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, presented by HSS Florida. Appreciate Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic Football joining us moments ago. If you missed any of that interview, you could go listen back later on on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, our game of the week between a battle of top fives today for ESPN West Palm. Number 2, Cardinal Newman took it over Pahokee. That was a 26-10 final. We'll talk to Coach Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian and momentarily, who also had a big win tonight. Looking forward to hearing from him. Jupiter Christian, mind you, 47 points tonight. 47 points over Foundation Academy. 47-28 was the final score. And we'd like to welcome in the head coach of Jupiter Christian football. It is Baz Alford joining us now. Coach Alford, what's going on? How we doing today?
I'm doing well, man. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys.
So talk to us a little bit about the game tonight. 47-28. Was this a back-and-forth affair? Was it a fast start on your end? How about you give us a little bit of a rundown?
I'd say a fast start on our end. We were up 28-7 at the half. RJ Wilkerson, our running back, our senior running back, got going early, and Doran made some amazing throws to senior wide receiver Caden Alula and junior wide receiver Luke Beach. So the offense was rolling, defense were getting stops early on, and we were up 28-7 at the half.
And, Coach, 47-28, going into the game, what was the expectation set upon the team? What was the game plan? What were the sort of the keys that you wanted to hit on? What were the aspects of the game that you were looking for?
Well, being that they were 3-1, from reviewing the tape from previous games, they had a pretty good running back. The running back, the ground game, number 25 was a pretty good player, and we knew we had to stop the run and force him to throw a little bit. We knew if we had him to throw, we had a secondary that was strong enough to make some plays on the back end, and our pressure was going to get to him. And that's what ended up happening. We stopped the run early on, and we forced him to throw, forced 2 key early interceptions, and we were able to capitalize on those.
And, Coach, offensively, you guys have been scoring at will basically throughout the entire season, even in the sole loss to Benjamin. You guys have been able to score. Was offense the key coming into the offseason, coming into the preseason, and eventually the season? You knew that this team was going to be very offensively talented?
We knew we was returning a lot of starters on the offensive end, on the offensive side of the ball, and I think it was like 6 or 7. And when you have that returning, and then you have guys like Caden Alula, Luke Beach, our 2 returning receivers, and also RJ, who was part of a 2-headed monster with Gideon Douglas last year. He ran for 1,200 yards and 18 touchdowns last season. And then you add in Dorian Fauntleroy from Oxbridge, who comes in January, and the kid is special. He's currently sitting with a UCF offer, Arkansas, among others, but he's doing a great job just kind of taking the offense and running it, and we're tweaking it and making it something that he can adapt, and he's making it into his own as the season continues to progress.
Coach, you mentioned Dorian Fauntleroy, who joined the team in January. You said you were able to tweak the offense a little bit. Did you notice that there was a skill set there that you could sort of do different things offensively and change things and kind of cater to that a little bit? What'd you do?
Well, the one thing I'll say is Dorian is every bit of 6'2", 185, and when we had to play against him at Oxford, we noticed that the kid is a willing runner. And we just installed some zone read principles, some of the things that we currently had in our offense, and we run some more QB run type of style. So he's getting the opportunities to run the ball. We run a lot of RPOs. And then he has RJ in the backfield as well, who's a tremendous running back, one of the top 5 running backs in the county, in my eyes. And you have those 2 receivers, Caden Alula and Caden Alula and Luke Beach on the end, where you're able to throw the ball out there if they're loading up the box. And if they're giving us those running lanes, now we can run it with Dorian or RJ.
And that's got to be a huge luxury. A rushing quarterback is not necessarily you see every day, especially a very big and capable runner. What has that done in terms of you guys being able to open up the offense a little bit?
I think for me, it made things a lot easier. I can go into the games and try to find out what they're taking away early in the game. It's kind of scheme as the game goes and allow Dorian to kind of pick his parts. If we're going to go heavy pass, heavy run, and if RJ's starting off early, we can get the ball on the edge to our receivers, or we can run Dorian early. So it just allows us to play kind of like a chess match and just figure out what we have, and it's been very successful for us early on in this season.
Coach, throughout, I would say, a month of the season, what would you say is the thing that you guys learned the most? What were some of the questions that you had coming into the season that this first month has taught you about what this Jupiter Christian team's about?
Well, losing Gideon Douglas. Gideon Douglas is now Edward Waters in Jacksonville. He scored 55 touchdowns in his career at Jupiter Christian. You lose a huge percentage of your offense. You want to know how you're going to generate offense, how you're going to score touchdowns. And I think we answered the bell. We have guys scoring in a lot of different ways. Ryder Zuniga is a sophomore wide receiver, and already has 5 total touchdowns coming from in forms of a punt return, kick return, and receiving touchdowns. So he's doing a lot of special things. Caden Alula is doing special things. Luke Beach, and also in the backfield. So we're learning that we can score. That's something that we went into the season, how we're going to generate offense with Gideon gone. And then also defensively, we lost a lot of kids that transferred out that went to public schools, and how we're going to get stops. And right now, we're still trying to figure it out. We're trying to put these guys in positions to be successful. We have some sophomores and freshmen that are doing some amazing things, and they're learning. They're having their hiccups along the way, but we're scoring enough points that we're not dealing with that right now. But I think we're gaining the experience as the season is going. We're going to be successful in the back end. And late in November is where we plan to be.
Yeah, Coach, it sounds to me like some of the kinks that you guys are trying to work out are on the defensive side of the ball. Of course, getting guys reps, getting guys an understanding of what scheme you're trying to run. Is that still remain to be the biggest question about this team that you're trying to figure out here? Is what way to best utilize the defensive pieces you have to get the best out of him?
I would say I 100% agree. I think the scheme is exactly on point and where it needs to be. I think it's getting those guys experience, whether it's in the secondary or defensive line or linebacker, whatever spots, is getting those guys comfortable and playing with a lot of confidence right now. And we figured it out, and we've done an amazing job for a half. And then second half, when you start to get a little tired and guys start to forget their coverages and their schemes, and now we're having those holes and those big plays are happening. So I think as a coaching staff, we've gotten to a place where we're in a great place with defense. We just got some young guys in there that's still learning, and that's when those big plays are happening, when they're forgetting to get to their coverage or their drops, and big plays are happening. That's how those late touchdowns are happening as well.
Coach Baz Alford of Jupiter Christian Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, powered by HSS Florida. Coach, through 5 games, have you got a sense of what this identity of this team is going to be, how it compares to what you saw last year? What is that identity?
Well, I think we're pretty balanced offensively, but we lean and depend on our run game right now. RJ is having an amazing season. I have already scored 15 touchdowns, 5 games in. Dorian's doing a fantastic job. He's probably thrown for close to 800-900 in 5 games. So we're going to lean and depend on both of those guys to take us to the promised land with with Dorian's legs and his arm and RJ's legs. Our offensive line is doing a tremendous job. So we have different ways of attacking defenses. So we're going to continue doing that. Multiple looks, multiple sets, different tempos offensively. And I think we're going to rely heavily on our offense right now as we clean up and continue to gain experience on our defensive side.
Coach, as you enter the second half of your regular season schedule, going from here, what are sort of the things that you're going to continue to hone in and practice and make sure that this team's going to be prepared for, this latter half of the schedule?
Well, tackling is a big thing, is finishing tackling, those arm tackles. Also finishing our blocks offensively. We got quite a few holding calls and some plays. We had 2 touchdowns called back today and 2 interceptions called back. And that was us miscues. So cleaning up the flags, being a bit more disciplined. And that happens when you have 14 seniors and then now you got some young guys in key spots. And they're going to make those mistakes, and you take the good and the bad. But those are some things we got to clean up on the back end, just tackling and finishing our blocks offensively. And our special teams need a boost right now, and we're getting ready to go into a bye week after next week. So we'll have time to spend on that and clean it up.
And, Coach, over your years with Jupiter Christian, what would you say are certain things that you've sort of started to learn about yourself as a coach, in the past 6 or 7 years that you've been with Jupiter Christian? Has this been a process for yourself as a coach in terms of learning different things that work amongst different players, comparatively to what it was now, comparatively to years ago? What have you learned about yourself as a coach?
This is year 8 for me. So my first year here at Jupiter Christian.
Year 8.
Coming from public school at Olympic Heights, I had to learn how to adapt. This was a different scene. These are a different type of kid. So the way I coached at Olympic Heights was not going to work here. I started a middle school program here, a tackle program when I got here. So as the kids started growing through the programs, they started being familiar with me, my voice, and the coaches, and the way we coach, our style. So as the seasons continued, we put a little bit more on the kids, just more grind and work and more conditioning and more of the off-season grind. And we continued to do that each and every year. And we saw the kids was taking it in and they was enjoying that. So as the seasons progressed, we just kept doing that. And I think in year 8 now, we just plug and play. We have kids come into our programs, kids leave our programs, but we don't worry about it. I have an amazing coaching staff around me. Our support staff, our administration, our athletics have been doing an amazing job over the years. So they give me an opportunity to kind of plug and play and to do our things and coach the way we need to coach to be successful here at Jupiter Christian.
Coach Alford, did you always know that you wanted to get into coaching? Was that sort of your calling from the beginning, or did you fall into that?
I think I wanted to lead young men. When it came down to it, my coaches at Boca High, Brian Dodds, and my coach in college, Jeff Haycock, two legends in my eye, just always instilled something in me to want more and go beyond. So for me, it's always been beyond the whistle, beyond just coaching. So I got into it simply because I saw there was a need for young men, and this is the greatest sport that in the history. And this is a way. This is a way to kind of like be a mentor, be a counselor, be someone beyond a coach, and just be able to give back to the community and be there for these young men as they go through these like interesting time in their life, like young men and young adults. You're able to sit there and navigate and assist them. So I think this is something that I've always been interested in doing, and I enjoy every second of it.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving me a little bit of the background on how you got started there. And, of course, year 8 at Jupiter Christian. Congratulations on the win tonight. Hopefully you guys continue on the momentum. I'm looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, thank you again, and thank you for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
You got it, of course. Our pleasure. That's Coach Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian, 47-28 final score over Foundation Academy. If you missed any of that interview, you missed any of the interviews, we have a full catalog of interviews. You just go listen to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. You can catch our full interviews there. A lot of fun. Appreciate Coach Alfred giving us the time. We'll hear from Coach Tamarian Moreland on the flip side of Palm Beach Lakes, who had a win yesterday. So we'll hear from him. That should be a good time over Park Vista, 12-3, a final score there. First, football season reminds me of college football season, which, of course, we got a full slate tomorrow. College football season reminds me of bowl season. The 2025 Boca Raton Bowl is kicking off its 12th year this year, Tuesday, December 23rd at 2 p.m. at FAU Stadium. The game is going to air on ESPN. It's going to have 2 of the biggest and best teams from the Group of 5 that are going to battle it out for their chance at the title. You can find more information today at BocaRatonBowl.com. Follow along on Twitter at Boca Bowl and Facebook.com/Boca Bowl for more updates as we roll on. 2025 Boca Raton Bowl, once again, Tuesday, December 23rd at FAU Stadium. We're going to take a time out here, and on the flip side, we're going to hear from Coach Tamarian Moreland of Palm Beach Lakes. Should be a lot of fun. Stick around for it. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
What if every use of your debit card turns spare change into something meaningful, like growing your savings and supporting local community causes? With Flagler Credit Union's Impact Checking with Everyday Change, your spare change can have big impact. Each transaction can be rounded up to grow your savings and support nonprofits that provide meals, shelter, and essential services locally. Make an impact in your life and in your community. Open your Impact Checking account today. Insured by NCUA, official credit union of Florida Atlantic University Athletics.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course, presented by HSS Florida. We're live at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Our HSS Game of the Week final score, 26-10, Cardinal Newman over Pahokee, number 2 versus number 5. Christian Cat had the call there. If you missed any of that, you can watch it back on our live stream at ESPN Top 63 on YouTube and Twitter. Some other scores, some other final scores. Inlet Grove fell to Somerset Canyons 14-0. Somerset Canyons took that over Inlet. Santa Lucius won an overtime battle against Palm Beach Central, 28-27. John Carroll took down Port St. Lucie at 48-0. American Heritage took down North Broward Prep 49-24. South Fork took down Legacy 35-0 was the score there. A lopsided affair in the Fort Pierce Central Tradition Prep game. Fort Pierce Central took that 50-6. And Boca Raton took it to Lake Worth, 34-21 was the final score. Number 1 Vero Beach won easy over Centennial. 37-0 was the final. We just talked to Coach Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian. They won over Foundation Academy 47-28. Martin County won over Fort Pierce Westwood 43-6 was the final score there. We'll hear from Tim Caffey in just about 20 minutes, the head coach at Jensen Beach. They won 53-0. And, of course, Jamel Murray over Blanche Ely 47-0. Some games that happened yesterday. Palm Beach Lakes got back in the win column after a bad loss last week to Glade Central. And I caught up with Coach Tamarian Moreland earlier tonight to talk about said game. They won 12-3 over Park Vista. Let's take a listen to it. Tamarian Moreland, our Kaiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Colin Russo rolling on with our Kaiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, welcoming in the head coach of the Palm Beach Lakes Rams, the football team who are sitting at 2-1 after a 12-3 win over Park Vista last night, welcoming in Coach Tamarian Moreland now. Coach Moreland, what's going on? How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Coach, how did it feel to get the game out of the way on a Thursday? You're sitting high now on our post-win long weekend. How does it feel?
It feels good. Obviously, I think not just us, but every team locally, I'm sure, in South Florida is dealing with the weather. So, you got to watch that as you kind of go forward. And we was kind of nervous that we wouldn't be able to get the game through based on the weather yesterday, but we was able to kind of get this game in and came out healthy.
And, Coach, talk to us a little bit through that game, 12-3, a low-scoring affair. Did this game go back and forth a little bit? Did you guys start out hot? How do you walk me through it?
Not necessarily. We kind of understand that, we want to kind of come into the season and be this explosive offense. And but yesterday game, I got a lot of respect for Coach Hannah and Coach Rob. I've been knowing those guys since pretty much like 2000 since I started coaching. And we also did some time together over at Lake Worth High School. So I know they'll come in with a great game plan. So we knew that we had to come out and execute on all levels. I don't think we was pretty much threatened throughout the game. But we did start out slow. They was up 3-0, pretty much all the way through the first quarter, I think. And then we was able to get a score, and then kind of went up 6-3, and then got another score late to put it away at 12-3. But defensively, we was very, very tough last night. The big key for us was responding, because we had a poor performance, I would say, against Glade Central. We didn't respond at all. And then we came out this game here, and then my biggest message was to respond. And Glazing just was one game, let that game go, and let's move on to the next game. And we got, the guys was focused, and we came out with a win.
And, Coach, coming off the loss last week against Glade Central, what was the message coming out of that? How do you get guys to reset? How would you get guys to kind of refocus their attention to the following game and not the previous one? What do you do during the week?
Yeah, so my biggest thing when we first took the program over, like I said last night, to one of the reporters as well, is that the perception, not perception, but the whole status quo upon these slates a lot of times when you lose a game, it carries over for the next game to the next game to the next game. When you pop up, you're 0-10. And so we knew that's not the kind of program. We kind of changed the program around. It's not the kind of team. So our biggest message has been respond the right way. Glade Central was just one game, whether we won it or lost it, it's just one game. And we move on to the next game, and let's focus on Park Vista. And so that and the kids responded. They responded the right way. Everybody came to work, with practice and things of that nature, and we was able to pull the game out.
And, Coach, what did you learn about your team in terms of facing adversity? I think that's one of the more interesting things that teams can face, especially early on in the year. You learn a lot about a team, about how they respond after a loss, and especially the week after in practice. But what did you learn about this team in terms of facing and then responding after adversity?
We definitely built the schedule that way. We started out the kickoff classic. That Wednesday game, we kind of kicked the season off, and we played a very, very, very tough John Carroll team. John Carroll, outside of the Newman loss, they probably go 9-1. I don't know they'll lose too many games. And we responded the very next week against Forest Hill, 37-3 or something like that. We ended up winning that game, and we came back and played Glade Central after Forest Hill. And then didn't show up too well in that game, and then we just responded right back with Park Vista. So it showed me that the program going in the right direction. We don't shy away from the competition. We don't shy away from scheduling. So it's not a situation that the kids are going out and playing teams that may be a little bit lower than us, and week in, week out. So we kind of try to balance the schedule out, that we playing a tough team, and we come back and play something that's probably closer to our level or something around that where we at right now. And so the team is responding the right way. Like I said again, the message is being responded. Every week they just respond to the next game.
And, Coach, it's interesting to talk about mixing and matching your schedule, playing really, really tough opponents where you're going to see a lot of adversity versus playing opponents that maybe more so your level or the level below. Yes, going through that throughout the season, there's sort of kind of a math to it, because you don't necessarily want to stack potential losses, but sometimes you can't do much about it. So in terms of how the schedule goes, obviously there's a math to it, but for you, and at least at this point, is it just important week by week at this rate?
Yeah, it is. I had a thought process when formulating the schedule. Like you said, you can never predict especially with the transfer portal and stuff like that now. But
yeah,
you can't really predict who's gonna have what players and what team is what. But for the most part, I can understand based on tradition and history of what team will possibly be strong and whatnot. So for us, it was always that, because you never want to give kids false perception as well. So I don't want to come out and, like you say, and just play teams I think, historically, that may be a little lower than us, anything like that, and give the kids a false perception. So I always try to balance the schedule out, that we are, week in and week out us playing things that we could be very balanced. You can see that at the next level. You got teams like a University of Miami that just played Notre Dame, and the very next week they play Bethune-Cookman. Now they go back to play USF. You know what I mean? So you want to be able to balance it out, that you kind of get a good indication of who you are and what you are. And like I said again, we build this thing from ground up. Since I took over the program, I always say that, I stepped up to the challenge of taking the program over at a particular time, that kind of where Lace was. And we don't shy away from it. We understand the history of what Palmer Lake's been recently. And, we just taking this thing by the horns, man, and building the ground up.
And, Coach, to this point, about a little over a month since practices have started, since the offseason really picked up and the preseason got going, What have you learned the most about this team in terms of how they've adjusted? How is the team different from today as they were, let's say, a month ago? What have taken considerable steps forward that you're pleased about?
Grit. I mean, they have a lot of grit. That's thing that we didn't have as much when we first took it over a year or two ago. But this team got a lot of grit, and they respond. Like I said, we got probably 53 on roster, and all 53 show up Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday, depending on what day we play. And we have long days. It's a lot of grit, man. We're in the weight room first for a couple of hours, then we get out to the field, and we go in the field for a couple hours or so. And so it's a lot of grit that these guys are showing. That was a little bit different from the past. And we have a lot of football kids. You know, we have a lot of football kids that has a football background, and there's a lot of pride. It's a lot of pride in Palm Beach Lakes. We got a lot of guys that parents went to Lakes, uncles went to Lakes, dads, whoever went to Palm Beach Lakes. So it's a lot of pride in what they're doing, and that's big. You know, in our community, that's big for us, that having Lakes kids at Lakes. That's big for us, man. And I just love where these guys are at right now. We 2-1. Going into pretty much our because we didn't have we have a game the first week. We had to buy that first week. So for us, it's really our fourth game versus Winter Haven coming up. So for us, man, like I said again, it's big time having those kind of kids in our program that's got a lot of pride and grit about the program.
And Coach, you talked about establishing grit. You know, if you didn't necessarily see it at first, it's a tricky thing to sort of establish within a roster. Even last year into this year, how do you sort of do that? I mean, do you do it slowly but surely? Do you kind of throw them in the deep end of the pool, so to speak? How do you establish something like that?
So we're a year-round program. You know what I mean? As you know, I'm the head football coach, but my head JV coach is the head wrestling coach. So as soon as football over with, we put the bigs and the mid skills in wrestling, and we run that program. And then we go into our skill guys go into track with the legendary Coach Groover. So we have a lot of our DBs and receivers. They are in track, and then we get right into spring football. So we made it a year-round program, and then by having a year-round program, you establish competition. You know, I don't know if you know anything about wrestling, but when those kids get on that mat and this individual battle between you and another young man, you know, that develops grit. And then you get on that track, it's you again, and you know, it gets another young man, and you just kind of develop that competition and that grit, and then we trying to do the same thing in practice. And like I said again, making a year-round prideful thing that guys are proud, you know, just have that kind of proud, then be proudful about coming and attending Palm Beach Lakes and playing for Palm Beach Lakes.
Coach Tamara Moreland of Palm Beach Lakes joining us now of the football team sitting at 2-1 after a Park Vista win yesterday, 12-3. Coach, at this point, I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. You've seen some highs, seen some lows. What do you think is the kind of thing with this team that you still want to dial in, you want to kind of focus in on and practice, hone in, make sure these guys can improve as we roll on with the season?
Just probably togetherness, you know what I mean? Because, yes, a lot of guys transferred into the program, and you have a lot of movement in our county in general. So you get guys from other programs along with the guys you already had into the program. You know, I'm sure that it ain't just Palm Beach Lakes. I'm sure that's a lot of teams in our county. But again, those guys to play together and play as one, because, you know, in the day, you know, we do live in an individualistic kind of society. So it's always looking out for yourself, but trying to get those guys to look out for, you know, for the team in Palm Beach Lakes. That's always going to be a battle. You know, when you kind of have that, just not thinking individual, you know what I mean, trying to think as a team. So I think that is really the biggest thing. I think outside of that, I mean, that's really it. I mean, most of the time the guys are doing the right thing, you know, things of that nature, but it's just like game and competition. You know, you want to touch the ball more, or you think you should be playing here more, or whatever it may be. So you just kind of have to deal with that. I think that's the biggest thing, really.
And, Coach, how have you established your coaching staff? The one thing that I always found interesting when talking with coaches is understanding where you trust your staff, where you sort of trust yourself, where you're involved, where the staff is involved, how you delegate. How has that been something that you've sort of adjusted in your time at Palm Beach Lakes?
Well, with me, you know, a lot of these guys have been around me for a long time. So if I say, like, for example, Coach C been around me when I was at Palm Beach Central for a lot of years. Coach Denson been around me since John R. Leonard. You know, Coach Beckett been around me since middle school. You know, that's my defensive coordinator.
Right.
So you have a bunch of guys. Coach Sherman been around me since John R. Leonard. You know, he has ties to the Bearglade where I'm from. And so you have a lot of guys that's been around me for a lot of years. Some are missing, but it's a lot of them that's been around me for a long time. So when I took over the program, those guys, it's not really even a phone call. It's just really, what time we got to be there. Like, when we going to start? You know what I mean? So a lot of those guys been around me for a long time. So for us, we kind of been doing it the exact same way at every landing spot we done been at. So we kind of go in and we kind of steer the program, at Palm Beach Lakes, what we've been doing.
Coach, a good mixture of sophomores, juniors, seniors playing throughout the team. In terms of the age groups, how do you rely on with leadership? That's an interesting thing you got to stat too. Coming into the year, who have you been relying on to be leaders, extensions of that coaching staff you just talked about, on the field, off the field, lead by example, vocal leaders? Who have you been relying upon?
Well, just from a position standpoint, obviously Julian Waller, the quarterback, he's really the leader of the team. That's one huge. I'll also say Ryan Fernand. Ryan Fernand probably, in my opinion, I'm not saying it because I'm his coach, but just watching the landscape of high school football, Ryan probably one of the best receivers in the South Florida. He's a leader in that group. Just based on I would say the attention that little Timo gets from around the country, being one of the top athletes in the country. He kind of gets their attention just based on him walking into the room. So he's one as well. You also have Rory Butler that came over from Palm Beach Gardens High School and been here this year. But Rory just kind of came in and started working, and a lot of times he just lead by example. He don't talk too much, but he just lead by his work. You also have him, and there's a bunch of other guys. You got Ja'Cory Pratt, another linebacker that came in, and he's another kid that by position being a middle linebacker. He kind of step into the room and guys kind of respond to him. So we kind of do it by committee, but we have probably about 8 to 10 guys that I kind of rely on and that I talk to, and I make sure that if anything they want to get to me or anything that we need to change or anything they suggest that we should try, I kind of rely on those guys.
Do you leave it open season to determine who's going to be those guys? Do you sort of tell them in the offseason, hey, looking for you to take a step forward in the leadership department? How do you do that?
No, we vote. So I print out maybe like 60 different sheets of paper, and the guys get to circle a player, and I kind of tally that number up at the end of end of the voting, and we choose through that way. So I have some sort of democracy with it, unless I see it going a different direction, and I don't think you should pick that guy. So there's some things like that. But for the most part, I let the guys kind of vote on it, and then also the coaches. And then I can say it again, it's really through the off season. We kind of see through the off season, the guys kind of step into the leadership role. Because the off season, we do a lot of 110, 15, 110. We see the guy that lead that. It's easy to lead when everybody's fresh and everybody is feeling good. But when when you got the 110s and you're going out there, and you see the guys still leading, or we're in the weight room, you see guys still leading there and things of that nature. We're in school, and I kind of, those guys start showing themselves, and you kind of see right then, who your leader's going to be. But we also take a vote with the players, so they also do it that way.
And, Coach, I'm going to flip this a little bit. Talk about the unsung hero, somebody who hasn't necessarily gotten their flowers, or whether a position group or a player that has really taken steps forward. You've really been pleased with their contributions to the team through about 3 weeks. Who has that been for you?
Jaden Hutchinson. Jaden Hutchinson, man, just I think last night he went over 100. I think I ain't got the stats yet, but I know one of the catches he took for 75 yards for a touchdown, and he had another one earlier for like 25 or 30 yards for a touchdown. And that was both of our scores. But Jaden Hutchinson, I would say, is that unsung hero for us, a great leader. I failed to mention him when it comes to leadership as well. But definitely him. You also got Zachariah Valquez, the center. He's another kid that's big time for us at center. Who else I would say? I would say Raphael Aker. He's a sophomore, but he'll probably be another name that you'll hear about when he's talking about one of the top recruits in our area. He getting a lot of attention, 2028 kid. But he's also been dominant this year. Another kid we call Indensely Cherry. His nickname is Big Money. He played D Tiger for us as well. He's another kid that's unsung here. But if I had to pick one, it would be Jaden Hutchinson right now.
Well, Coach, congratulations on the win yesterday. Enjoy the long weekend. Go attack next week strong. I appreciate you giving us the time here on a Friday night. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You got it. That's Coach Tamarian Moreland of Palm Beach Lakes High School. They're sitting at 2-1. Had a good win yesterday over Park Vista, 12-3. It's been Colin Russo taking the time out here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur. And most certainly, never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Miami Dolphins football is back at Hard Rock Stadium. The party starts the second you hit the lot and doesn't stop till the final whistle. There's nothing like experiencing Dolphins football live. Single game tickets are on sale now with options for every budget, from the 300 level to our luxury offerings. Turn Sundays into something unforgettable. Secure your seats today. Visit MiamiDolphins.com/tickets and get ready for game day.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Closing things out, last 20 minutes or so until we got you up until 11. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game presented by HSS Florida. Of course, you heard from our HSS Game of the Week where Cardinal Newman took it to Pahokee, won that one 26-10. Appreciate Coach Tamarian Moreland for giving us a little bit of a background on Palm Beach Lakes. They're 2-1. They had a win yesterday over Park Vista. Appreciate him giving us the time. And of all the other coaches who have given us the time, including Sam Curry of Royal Palm, Jamel Murray of Atlantic, Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian. If you missed any of these interviews, you want to listen back, you just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. One of the coaches we will loop in, number 10 on our ESPN West Palm High School rankings, is Jensen Beach. Jensen Beach, 53, Sebastian River, 0. A lopsided affair there. We'd like to welcome in head coach Tim Caffey joining us now. Coach Caffey, what's going on? How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about yourself?
Talk to us a little bit about the game. Lopsided, it seemed. Was it a fast start for you guys? What went on today?
Yeah, we kind of jumped on them pretty early, and the kids got into a rhythm, and hence that's the score. So yeah, the kids played hard. They came ready to go, and we wanted to make sure that we got on them early, and a few things went our way early, and it just kept snowballing for us.
Yeah, Coach, it surprised absolutely nobody that your defense is playing superb through this point of the season. 4-0, we've given up about 8 points so far throughout this point of the regular season. But going into this game against Sebastian River, what was the game plan? What did you want to see from your guys that you did see or didn't see?
Well, we wanted to make sure we establish stopping the run, forcing teams to do things that they don't really like to do. I believe in this. The game is won. In spite of all the things that everybody wants to do, spreading the football, throwing it all around, but I'm old school. It's one in the trenches. If you can't block and you can't tackle, you can't win. So we worked on a lot of blocking and tackling, and trying to make sure we take care of the inside. And we have some pretty good skilled guys back there. So we had a couple of picks. I think we had like 2 or 3 picks. We took one back for a touchdown, and so we just kind of made them feel a little bit uncomfortable in what they really wanted to do. I know Coach Perry really well. He's one of my good friends. We've been knowing each other a long time. And, he's old school like me. He wants to establish the run inside and do that. And we kind of took that away from him, and our kids played well.
And, Coach, you're talking about making, the opposing offense feel uncomfortable, feel offset, off-put. Going into the game, is that to you all about effort, technique? Was that about game plan? Do you try to mix things up, confuse him? Or is it all about overpowering and just reading your keys? How does your defense really handle it?
It's a little bit of everything. It's like a hodgepodge of trying to confuse them a little bit, making sure we're physical, up in the middle. We got some really good, like I said, we got some pretty good skilled kids who understand it, how to play secondary pretty well, and so we got some young kids up front who are starting to come into their own on the front line, the defensive line. Coach Doug Gross is doing an outstanding job with those guys. Our defensive line coaches, Coach McIntyre and Coach Barry are really, really, getting our interior guys working really hard. So what we try to do is just, do what we do. We want to tackle really well. We want to let them into the ball, and we want to play with a lot of effort, a lot of intensity. The one thing that you don't have to have a lot of talent to do is give effort. So we want to make sure we do that.
Coach, what type of questions did you have for your team, for the guys going into the season that now, through a little under halfway through the regular season, that those questions have been answered? What were some of the question marks around the team that you think that they've stepped up to the plate and figured out?
Well, I don't think you ever figure it out. I think you just start to get into a rhythm, or you start to get comfortable in what you do best. And the things that you don't do, don't worry about it. Just stick with what you do best. So one of the things that we wanted to see if we could establish were, number one, on our offensive line, we only had like 2 starters coming back from our offensive line. Skilled guys, we lost a lot of skilled guys. On our offensive side of the ball is where we had the biggest question marks. We had 8 returners coming back from the defensive side of the ball. So we kind of knew what we had defensively. We had still a few holes, but, the majority of those guys came back. So on the offensive side of the ball, we wanted to find out, if we could run the football, if we could throw the football in places that we need. And then at times, if we needed to run the football, even though a team knows you're going to run it, can we still impose our will on it? So those are some of the things that we wanted to do, because you have to win those battles in the trenches. And so we're starting to figure some of those things out. They're starting to look a little bit better, but, you got to improve on a daily, weekly, hourly basis as far as I'm concerned.
Coach Tim Caffey with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, the head coach over at Jensen Beach, sitting at 4-0, 53-0 win today at Sebastian River. Coach, you said something interesting about when teams know that you're going to run the ball, can you still run the ball? I think that's always a fascinating team about like run first teams and people who like to ground and pound. For you guys, how do you think the guys have responded to that, thinking that, all right, well, the game plan is not necessarily complicated, but it is straightforward in the sense that they know what we're going to do and we know how we're going to go at them. Let's do it anyway. Is that something that kind of fires up the guys, or is this a sort of an uphill battle trying to find workarounds to do what you want to do when the other team knows it's coming?
Well, our kids, we're it's kind of like I said, we're kind of unique in a way. Our team is still really young. I only have like 8 seniors. We've got a bunch of juniors and a bunch of sophomores and some freshmen. However, those juniors and sophomores did play a lot last year. We were still really young last year. So those kids understand the mentality is, can we establish what we need to in the trenches? We still got a lot of work to do, but, it's starting to get a little bit better because, as well as I do, if you can run the football, it establishes or allows you to throw the football a little bit better. Everybody wants to, I like throwing football too, but I also know that the game is won, in the trenches. So you've got to be able to establish those type of things and not let a defense dictate to you what you're going to do on offense. You want to dictate to them what you're going to do on offense. And that's what we try to strive to do.
And, Coach, from the beginning of the season to now, what would you say is the biggest progression for the guys so far? You mentioned you're working on the tackling and making sure they're reading their keys defensively. But from where you were, I would say 4 weeks ago, close to a month, to today, what do you think is the biggest stride the team has taken?
Understanding what we need to do defensively and how we want to do it. They're communicating really well now. They're doing a lot of talking. Offensively, our offensive line is starting to gel a little bit. That was one of our biggest question marks. They're starting to do some things. We have some new skilled kids that are in positions that they haven't played before. They played some, but they're starters now. So those kids are starting to really establish themselves. One of the biggest surprises this year wasn't a surprise to me because I know how the young man works. Is Tyree McFadden. He's done an outstanding job as a slot receiver, and he's really come on and given us a dynamic in the slot position. So he and Sylvester Brinkley III, he's given us those two guys. They're not the biggest guys, but they have the biggest hearts. And so they're slot receivers that helped us, kind of cause problems in the middle of the defenses. Then we got some guys on the outside at receiver that are, kind of tall, long, and rangy. So they could, any of those guys can, go one-on-one with, DBs. We feel comfortable with that. And our young quarterback has come along really, really well. I have 2 kids that are capable, but one of them is kind of taking the lead now, and that's, and that's Dre Lott. He's only a sophomore, but he has a, tremendous upside. He's about 6'3", and he's probably about 185, 190 right now. And he's getting better and better each week.
Coach Tim Caffey of Jensen Beach with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you mentioned you don't have a lot of seniors. It's a lot of young guys still sort of kind of working out their kinks in their own specific games. But with that is an interesting about the leadership of it all. Obviously, you're asking a whole lot more out of a younger crowd, especially for a team that's winning games and has expectations. Who are you relying upon to be a leader? Are you relying on the small amount of seniors? Do you sort of ask the younger kids to grow up quickly? Do you tell them, hey, I need you to be a leader? Do you sort of let it happen itself? How do you handle it?
Well, we have an unquestioned leader. He's my only 4-year starter on the team. That's Braden Rambo. He's been a 4-year starter since he's a freshman, and he's an unquestioned, alpha male leader of the team. Anthony Cole's a 2-year starter. He's a senior. We have some really good, senior leadership. Asher Vincenzo, his name is really hard to pronounce, his last name. So if I butchered it, Asher, forgive me if he hears this. But in any case, he's an outstanding leader. And then our junior leader is Alex Thornton. He's a kid that has an offer from Eastern Michigan. He's a superior athlete. He plays really well. He does everything for us, running back, linebacker, safety. So we got some really good, senior and junior leadership. And then we have a few kids that are, younger kids that are sophomores that are coming along and doing really, really well. We have Kellen Farrell, who's probably like the leader on our defensive line. He's only a sophomore, but he does an outstanding job playing on the defensive line for us. had some really good past leaders that's kind of like passed the torch to these guys and said, hey, look, this is how we do things here at Jensen Beach. We need that type of leadership. So these guys have taken the torch and kind of, run with it. And so I'm really proud of how they've become, leaders on the team.
And Coach, it sounds like you rely a lot on the experience of these players to sort of carry them and to allow them to blossom into leaders, whether they've played or started for multiple seasons or, they're a big component of the team. It sounds like for you guys and how Jensen Beach does it, they find their leaders on the field. And whether these guys are very experienced will sort of lead them and allow them, if they want to be, and to be turned into leaders. Is that how that goes?
Yes, and our leadership is not just on the field, it's off the field too. So, you can't be a leader if you're not, you can talk the game, but can you walk the talk and, talk the talk and walk the talk and do the things that are necessary. So we're talking about in the classroom, in the community, on the field. So, our kids, when we're talking about leadership, we always say once a Falcon, always a Falcon, but even when you're not here, you're always representing this program. So we really stress as a coaching staff for these guys to do the right thing, encourage the young guys to do the right thing, but you can't lead if you're not doing the things necessary yourself. So, you have to lead by example, and that's one of the major things that our kids really, really work on, to try to be examples on and off the field, in the classroom. And so far, so good. We got some pretty good guys.
Coach, what would you say is the unsung aspect of the team, whether it be a position group or a specific player, specific aspect of the team itself, that has been hasn't necessarily been lauded as much as they probably should, but you're really pleased with their contribution and progression?
Well, I would say our bandit backers, Jaden Queen, he's kind of like he kind of gets overlooked a little bit because, we have Braden Rambo at linebacker and we have some really good guys in the secondary, and we got the boys up front. But he's a dude. His cousin played for us. Xavier Preston was one of my first Division I players to ever come out of here. So he has a legacy here, and he's more than living up to it. He's done a great job. Our kicker has done a really, really good job coming into the season. He's a first-year guy that's been working his tail off, and he's doing a really good job for us. Heisenberg, and I would say my Dre Lott, the quarterback, the sophomore quarterback, that is he's kind of taking the lead. We've had a quarterback battle between him and a very another good quarterback, Sean Bowes, but Dre's kind of taking the lead a little bit, and he's taking the reins, and each week he's gotten better and better, and that was one of the mysteries that we were trying to figure out this season. Was the guy behind the center going to be able to take the lead and actually lead the team? And the other guy I've already mentioned was Tyree McFadden. I can't express how happy I am for that kid. He's a happy-go-lucky kid that does everything. He's not the biggest kid, but you can't tell this kid he's not 6'4", 220 pounds. He's about 5'6", and he's about $155 of just spitfire and vinegar. And he plays his heart out for this team. He gives everything he has. Jake Tell has done an outstanding job for us at tight end and defensive end. He's kind of like an unsung hero, but he does a lot of the gritty, dirty work. He blocks really, really well. So we got a few more kids, and I'm probably missing some, but there's kids like that just they're team players. They're not me first players. They're we first players, and those type of kids help make a program pretty good. And they're easy to like and easy to follow.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a background in terms of who you guys rely upon and sort of who is sort of stepping into the shoes of taking Jensen Beach to the next level. Congratulations on the win tonight, 53-0. You guys have had a great start to the season. Looking forward to following it along as we continue on here. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
You got it. That's Coach Tim Caffey of Jensen Beach. Appreciate him giving us the time. Of course, a 53-0 final score against Sebastian River tonight. They've outscored their opponents, close to 150-8. I don't have the mental math in front of me, but I'm looking at 48-53. That's 101, and we're looking at 145-8. How about that? Not bad on my part. 145-8 final. Basically through 4 games. So they're 4-0. Jensen Beach is dominating, especially on the defensive side. Appreciate Tim Caffey for giving us the time as always. Of course, as we close out the program here on a Friday night, if you missed any of these interviews, you missed any of these coach insights, you can catch that on our podcasts, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, and you can catch what Jamel Murray had to say earlier in the night. You can catch what Sam Curry of Royal Palm had to say. You can catch what Baz Alfred of Jupiter Christian had to say. You could catch what Tamarian Moreland had to say of Palm Beach Lakes. And, of course, you could catch what Tim Caffey had to say about the Jensen Beach win. We talked to plenty of coaches throughout the week and plenty of coaches tonight. And you can catch it all cataloged in one spot. Some score updates to send you off into your Friday evening. Of course, South Fork over Legacy was the 35-0. Fort Pierce Central over Tradition Prep was 50-6. American Heritage over North Broward Prep. Final score 49-27. American Heritage took that one. John Carroll 48. Port St. Lucie 0. How about that? Santa Lucius, how about this? 28-27 over Palm Beach Central in overtime. So Palm Beach Central, I mean, they have a gauntlet every time you turn around. Somerset Canyons took down Inlet Grove to give them their first loss of the season, was 14-0. And to close out, of course, our HSS game of the week was Cardinal Newman sitting at number 2 and Pahokee at number 5, 26-10. Cardinal Newman took that. This closes things out for me. Stick around for the digital show, which will be on ESPN West Palm Top 63 on socials. You can catch that there. You can catch Damian Perez and myself back next week. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Marlins fans, the final showdown is here. Catch the Fish when they take on the Mets September 26th through 28th. Friday, enter the Upside Down and score an exclusive jersey on Stranger Things night. Saturday, party it up with Rawayana during the last Celsius postgame concert series of the season.